so I don't have to like fish through the VOD. All right, let's get started. Hawthorn playing Venom. Hawthorn was definitely in. Well, I know he was in the bracket. I know for sure he was in the bracket. I just don't know if this match is from the beginner tournament. Okay. So, I mean, right away, I would just say, just as a general strategy thing, I would be very careful about trying to zone. This I would consider like summoning 2 balls against Chip. That's like heavy zoning in the Chip matchup, you know? Like 1 ball is already hard enough to get out against him, and honestly, it's not even that useful. So, like, getting 2 and then doing a 2-ball split, it's just like not really very useful. He's just so fast. He's got the teleports. It just doesn't really do anything, you know. Okay. Okay. Ooh. All right, so this is something you could definitely work on. I mean, you got a huge opportunity here. You just air dashed a little bit too high, so you know, might need to tighten that up a little bit. That's unfortunate. I like the jump back P. Ooh. Did you try to... okay. So you tried to do... So you didn't realize that you were starting to hit him, which, by the way, the reason that you started to hit him was because he missed a slash back here. So there, he tried to slash back, and so the close slash started to hit him. It's understandable that you didn't react fast enough. You know, if you're not looking for... It's a weird place for somebody to start getting hit. If they block the first hit of close slash, the only way you could start to hit them is if they slash back. So it's definitely understandable that you wouldn't be looking for, you know, for a hit all of a sudden here. What's unfortunate is, I mean, even if you had gotten what you wanted, which here you tried to do force break mad struggle, it wouldn't have hit anyway. So it's actually almost better that you didn't get it because you didn't lose the meter. But yeah, I mean, this doing like close slash 3 hits into a clean Tiger Knee mad struggle is pretty tricky. I struggle with it myself. It's something that it's pure timing. You just have to have the timing because the jump cancel is going to be at a very specific time. You have to hit the right window for the jump cancel. So it's just something you have to figure out the timing of and get a rhythm of. Was it a mistimed force break mad struggle because of the hit stop? I don't think so. I think it would be the same whether it was block stun or hit stun. We can test that. It's a good question. I don't think that it matters. So what I can actually do is just take control of Chip and not do the slash back. Yeah, see, it still doesn't come out. So, alright, it's been a week. Gotta get used to the controls again. But yeah, overall I like the idea of the force break mad struggle there. It was just unfortunate that he got hit. So this is something else. I mean, I don't know how... I always try to not talk about matchup-specific stuff in these reviews, because I want to try to give general advice that, you know, can be used more broadly to improve. But sometimes there's matchup stuff that I feel I can't avoid talking about. And also, if your level is at a... You know, if you're at a certain level with fundamentals, then you're going to start getting into matchup stuff anyway. So it looks like already you know the basics, so I don't feel as bad, you know, talking more specifically about the matchup here. But this is something, again, I also struggle with. It's just a pure memory thing, in my opinion. Just don't go for 2-hit sweep on Chip, basically. It's just not going to work. Hey, Peripheral, how you doing? And the problem is when you whip the second hit, it's not meaty. He didn't even have to do this. He could have just like dashed forward or jumped, or he could have done a lot of things here. So it's really important that you remember and not try to excuse me, not try to get both hits of sweep. Okay. Oops. So what was this? I'm just trying to make sure that this was not a missed mad struggle. It doesn't look like it was. It looked like you actually did this. And I can see by your inputs, it looks like you didn't quite know what to do here, because you tried to do K, which is not a Gatling from Jump S, and then you did P, which is a Gatling, so the P came out. So this is more general, so this is a good thing to talk about. For your air-to-airs, I think Venom, it's pretty straightforward. You just want to try to air-to-air with Jump P. You can air-to-air with Jump S in some cases, but it's just not as good of a button. And, like you can see here, the hitbox of Jump P, it's pretty accurate compared to the animation. It's just going to be way better air-to-air in almost any case. So in a case like this where you're in the air and somebody's coming at you and you want an air-to-air button, I would start with Jump P. And the easiest thing, I was actually just talking about this in my when I was playing online a few minutes ago. The easiest thing is when you try to air-to-air with Jump P, you buffer Jump S or another Jump P, because sometimes you could do PPS, but I think the simplest is you just buffer S straight behind the Jump P. So again, you know, you're in the air, somebody's coming at you, you hit PS, and if they don't make contact, you'll get your Jump P, it'll whiff. That's another reason, not only is Jump P the best hitbox, it's also the fastest total duration. So if you don't make contact, you're going to recover the quickest and have time to, you know, double jump or air dash or hit another button or whatever you want to do. So, so yeah, I would hit Jump P, Jump S. If it makes contact, you're going to get Jump S, and then you can go from there. That's enough time. Once you practice it a little bit, you'll be able to confirm that. And on hit, what I tend to do, which I'm trying to break the habit of, is double jump into SH, which is a good kind of middle ground of damage and knockdown. I think it's almost better. What I would recommend is just skipping the second Jump S and just double jump into Jump H. You might miss out on a little bit of damage here and there by not doing that second Jump S, but you will always get the knockdown. And sometimes I go for the extra Jump S, and they're too high, and I can't get the Jump H. So I'm trying to reel that back in and you know, gauge it at the highest level. What you would do is not only gauge that you hit them, but you would see the height and know, okay, I can get that extra Jump S, or no, I need to just go straight into Jump H. But for now, I'd recommend just going straight into Jump H, and that way you get the knockdown, and you know, you never missed it. Just trying to think. We could talk about Jump D a little bit. Jump D is also good air-to-air, more if they're above you, but I think that's a little more advanced. And I don't think it's applicable in this case. He was coming kind of straight at you for the most part. Let's see. Yeah, I would just use Jump P there. So actually, let's go back just so we can see what it would look like. So, you know, you're on your way up, you see him jumping also. So, something like that. And this is actually a really good example, because if you go for the extra... Oh, it works on chip. On a lot of characters, this would whiff. They would be too high, like that. I delayed it a little bit to cheat it, but it's very close to not hitting. So I would just recommend going straight into it. Hey, what's up, Brian, or whatever? You're on the list for tonight. We're going to try to get to your match in a little bit. Good block. And again, see, you, and see, this happens to me a lot also, where, you know, I forget and I go for the double sweep, and then you're like, you're so desperate for the mix-up on chip, because it's such a, you know, you work so hard to try to knock him down, you want your mix-up. So you miss the second hit of the sweep, and you do the K-ball, and you're like, I'm just going to run the mix-up anyway, because I need the opportunity, you know? But it's just... it's so weakened by the fact that he's waking up at the wrong time that, you know, this kind of stuff happens where you run into DP. So, and just to show, maybe we'll talk about this for just a second also. So one thing that's important to understand here is this, even when you do this properly and you cancel the first hit into sweep, you're still weakening your mix-up to some degree, because the first hit of the sweep does not give you as good a positioning and timing as the second hit. So it is important to also practice this and know what your options are off of this. So I use two main options. So the first one would be something like this. And if I do it properly, it's going to be a little hard to time here. This should be... Why is he not getting the DP? Oh, he didn't get a reversal. Okay, this is going to be hard to show. But, yeah, it's a tricky setup. The other thing you can do is you can still do this and, you know, do the mix-up from the other side, which in this case would have been great because it would have gotten you out of the corner. So it's just important to understand how it's going to feel, because it's not quite the same as when you get both hits of sweep. It's a little bit different. What's up, Pato? How you doing? I meant to hit Y. Okay. Oh, he could have comboed off that. You got off light. So there's a rare case of sweep actually hitting because you were basically point blank. Okay, safe jumped his DP. One thing, actually, to go back to this, one thing I would recommend, when you get a random jump H hit like this, this match struggle that you did, this is kind of like a, I don't know, you're like manually timing this and it's not really a mix-up or anything. The problem with this knockdown is that you're not really going to get a mix-up. So what I would actually recommend is when you get this hit, I'm actually going to have to go back a little bit. And this is just like a Venom thing in general. So I can see here on your inputs you're not charging. Basically, I would always be charging when I'm doing this. I would probably be holding back to begin with. But once I do this jump H, I would start charging down. And what it's going to allow you to do is when you land, you'll be able to do this. I actually did it too soon there. But you'll be able to do a meaty carcass raid, whoops, that will be DP safe, basically. It's hard to tell if this is actually meaty because it obviously he's DPing, so it's going through him regardless. But this is kind of the backup when you can't get a real mix-up. This is a good way as a backup plan to meaty somebody and stay DP safe. So this is just a good habit to get into regardless, and have in your back pocket whenever you need, you know, whenever you get a random hit that you just need some kind of pressure on wake up, but you can't get a real mix-up. Yeah, ABC, always be charging, exactly. And so another thing here, let me see what you try to do. So you had tried to do 2K 2D, but you were blocking, and it looks like you were a little thrown off that nothing came out. Obviously, in these kind of cases, well, oh my god, I want to hit Y. I keep getting B and Y confused. Maybe I shouldn't say obviously, but in those cases where you're getting a punish, your punish should be close slash. This is your punish button. So you block this. You want your punish to be close slash, and you get a giant combo off this. Not only do you get like a giant combo off this, sometimes you get like a really giant combo off this because the running momentum that you get when you run up to them can actually make your combo even better than it would be normally. Like you can do stuff like this. This is only possible because of the running momentum. Whoops. So you can get a second rep like that. I missed the dash there, but it's a pretty advanced combo, but just so you understand, at the very least, you should be doing this. you know, into whatever 2-ball setup you want, HK, SP, you know, whatever formation you want to use. But this is the absolute minimum that I think you should go for. Or this. You could also do this. Same idea, just different knockdown. But yeah, get into the habit, close slash. Whenever you have a punish, close slash is always your go-to. And that's kind of a universal thing. That's not even a Venom thing. That's just in general. Because you don't want to start with a move that prorates. So, and close slash does not prorate. Talked a lot about proration last week. Very nice 6P here. So another thing that you could work on is when you do 6P, there's a bunch of different ways to convert off of it. The easiest is just do close slash. So you could do something like... Let me rewind it a little bit. Something like this. Very, very simple. This combo is very easy, but it's not always going to work. On these really deep 6Ps, it will always work. I shouldn't even say always, because on some characters this can be a little weird. But it's a really good... It's a high... or rather low execution for pretty high consistency. It's going to usually work. And then once you start getting into the more advanced stuff, you can start doing stuff like this. Or, you know, if you just need something that's really easy, you could just do this also. Hold up. I think I could juggle off that. Sometimes you can get Matt Struggle to hit weird and juggle off of it. But it's usually like combo video stuff. You would never try to do this in a real match. Unless you had a very consistent setup for it. Hell yeah. These combos are so cool. But yeah. Yeah, I would never try to do that in a match. I just wanted to see if I could do it. Yeah. There's some corner setups and stuff that are character specific and you do a very specific combo and it'll always work, but yeah. Anyway. So here again is another perfect example. Let's actually look at this for a second. So see, you try to air him here with jump S. If you had hit jump P, you might have actually hit him. I want to see. Where did you hit? Let me just go back to where you air dashed. So jump P may hit here. He's a little high. So this is a good example of what I was talking about, where you would want to use jump D because he's above you. But you can see how jump S, the hitbox is just so small. It does hit more above you than jump P. But again, that's why I mentioned jump D. Because like the only kind of reason you would ever use jump S over jump P is to hit more above you. And in those cases, you would just use jump D because it's better than both of them. But yeah. Jump P is pretty close to hitting here. Okay. I don't mind fishing for those against Chip every now and then, because the knockdown is just so valuable. Okay. Okay. So here you use jump P. You just didn't buffer anything behind it. Ah, you didn't even mean to use jump P. You were trying to tech. We talked about this last week. I'm gonna make a video about this soon, I think. This video's been on my mind for years. I was gonna make this video in excerpt and I was just too lazy. Let's talk again about good teching habits. So when you are teching, especially in a situation like this where it's a scramble and you don't know exactly when you're going to tech, what you did here is you held back, you held down back, but you held back and you hit one button a bunch of times. We can improve on that in multiple ways. We can make this better in multiple dimensions. So number one, the big problem that you want to solve is exactly what happened here, where you don't know when you're going to tech, so you're hitting this button multiple times, but if you do get the tech, that button input is going to become an input. You're going to get a button, right? And that's not good. In this case, it worked out. You hit them. But in a lot of cases, you're going to whiff a button and you're going to die for it. So the safer thing is you can actually use some technique in your teching. So what you want to do is, instead of just holding back and hitting one button, you can hold back and hold one button. I use P because then I use my thumb. And then you can press another button while you're holding P. And what will happen is this one button that you're hitting will act as your tech opportunities. So every time you hit it, you will try to tech. But the thing is, because you're holding back and because you're holding another button, if you do get the tech and now you have full control of your character, when you hit this button, what are you going to get? Think about what you're going to get. You're holding back, you're holding a button, let's say P, and then you're hitting K. What does that equal in Guilty Gear? Back plus 2 buttons is a faultless. So instead of getting a button, like here you got jump P, you're going to get a faultless defense. And obviously that is infinitely safer than getting a button. Obviously you're never going to hit them, there's no reward, but it's going to be the safest way to tech. So in these cases, these situations where it's a scramble and you don't really know when you're going to be able to tech, this is going to be the safest way to do so. Now we can still improve on that even further. So in your case, you were hitting one button, multiple times, in this case 3 times. So that's giving you 3 opportunities to tech. We can do better than that, because sometimes when you do it like this, you're going to miss the tech window because your timing was just off. And especially, again, it's important in these scrambly situations, you don't really know when you're going to be able to tech. So we can improve. I said we're holding back and we're holding P and we're hitting K. We can drum multiple buttons and give ourselves multiple opportunities to tech. And still, if we get the tech, those inputs will just become faultlessing. So what I like to do is I like to hold P, and then I drum every time I want to tech. I do SK, 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 SK. So let's rewind this and let's look at that a little bit and what that would look like. So here we got hit. So I'm gonna tech. Oh, well. So he went for a reset, so if the immediate tech was actually punished here, but it still shows you the idea of how I'm teching, and instead of getting a button, I'm getting faultless. It wound up that hitting a button was good here because it hit him out of the throw tech attempt. But ideally you would tech and, tech with a timing or tech forward. Now, it is worth it to mention that you can only do this technique when you're teching backwards, because if you try to do this going forwards, you're not going to get the faultless defense because you're holding forwards, not backwards. So if you're trying to tech forwards, then you do need to just time it and, hit your button and be ready for if you do tech. But specifically for teching backwards, this is a way to improve your safety when you're teching. So yeah. Okay, the backwards hit, bless. Again, second hit of sweep missing. Okay. I like the 6H, just keep them locked down. Ooh, see again, this is another spot where this is something that you just have to ingrain in your brain. It's got to be instinct, it's got to be second nature. That when you see a punish opportunity, your hand says my punish starts with close slash. So here you did sweep, and it didn't even though you were point blank, because it was counter hit, you didn't even get both hits, which is omega sad. But you would have easily killed him off of this with close slash. So, hey, what's up, Alvin? How you doing? Hey, what's up, Snake PhD? Yeah, good games, good games. I was talking a little bit about our matches while we were playing Dr. K, if you want to go back and see what I was talking about. I think you need to use note a little bit more in the neutral. Just 1-2. I saw you win the first one. I figured you'd win the second one too, but I didn't see it. But yeah, nice stuff. Who put you in losers? Was it Raekwon in that first one? And then I saw you ran it back on him in grand finals. Oh, Skeletal. Oh yeah, Skeletal put you in losers. That's right. I saw the bracket. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, good shit. We are, for all the new people here from the raid, we are doing replay reviews. So I have a channel point option. You can redeem the channel points and then submit your replay files to me, and I will review them and give you feedback on areas I feel like you can improve. So any level, you can be, day one to, years of experience. I will give you whatever feedback I can. So we just started. This is the first set of reviews we're watching. So we got a bunch to do tonight. I'm trying. In the last couple of weeks I've been doing this, I've been going like 30 minutes per person, watching like 2 to 3 matches. I'm trying to slim that down just so that I can get to more people. But it is what it is. So right now we're following HawthornStone here, our Venom player, fighting against a chip. And it's been I don't know. It's been like 20 minutes and we're still on game 1. So. Or no, is this game 2? I forgot already. But we just spent about 5 minutes talking about good teching habits. So really important for new players. This is still game 1, right? Yeah, we're on round 3 of game 1. Again here, not to nag, but again, jump S. Your brain is going to jump S for your air to air. It's funny too because I think jump S is probably the worst air to air button. Almost any button would be better than this as a default. This is like the one button that I just think that there's no real air to air use for. In a situation like this, if you can see it fast enough that they're below you, jump K or jump H is gonna be infinitely better than this. But even jump P here would be better, just because you'll recover faster on whiff. That was really good. Okay, so you are using jump P a bit here. Very good. Nice instant block and a punish. Again, you're not canceling the first hit, so your Oki is getting scuffed here, but really good IB and punish. So, one thing that I haven't mentioned yet, because I wanted to see if you would start adapting, he's DPing on like every wake up. So that's more of an awareness thing. Oh, nice! Very nice. Very nice. So the only thing I would say that you can improve on in this sequence is you hit this, where is it? You hit this, and then you went to 2K2D, which is totally fine. You might want to look at close slash in some of those cases when you're getting good pressure, but yeah. Is chasing Chip around wrong in these situations? Because it looks like he is trying to play tag with him a lot. I actually think that that's the best strategy, is to actually chase him. We've talked about this before in some of the faster matchups like Chip and even like Milia. You don't want to just be... When you first think about the matchup, I think a lot of people think, okay, well, they're going to rush me down, and I can't whiff anything, or they'll be able to get in. So I need to just, keep my eyes open, and when they come to me, I need to, anti-air them or poke them on the ground, or, I'm just going to react to whatever they do. And it sounds like it makes sense, but the problem with that is you give them all the initiative to, fight on their terms. They go in when they want. They know exactly where you're going to be, so they get to aim whatever they're doing where you are. If you play a little more actively and you chase them down, things like Chip Teleport or Milia's Pin or things like that require specific spacings are going to be much harder for them to use effectively because you're going to be moving around. You want to be a moving target, in my opinion. So, and we've looked at some examples of the Venom Chip matchup on how that can be, like, specific examples of how to apply that idea. Ooh, did you try to 6P the wrong way? Yeah, you did. That's unfortunate. Yeah. So that happens. That's, that just happens. That's fine. Wow, he actually landed behind you, too. Gross. Emperor Snow, you can DM me on Discord if you want, or if you want to submit matches, I can review and give you feedback as well. Either way. But yeah. if you just have some questions, you can DM me on Discord for sure. Okay. Yeah, see, he's just straight up DPing every wake up. So that's just an awareness thing. You just have to, notice stuff like that so that you can change what you're doing to next level then, basically. And that was unfortunate. I think you IB'd the first hit. Oh no, just whiffed. Jesus. What'd you hit? Jump P? Yeah. Alright, so you hit Jump P. That's good. Again, second hit sweep, and he's going to DP, yeah. So, these are things that... I talked about this a while ago. I want to make it clear that this is not easy, okay? But this, in my opinion, is the most important thing. This is the biggest plateau that you will face, in my opinion, as a competitive player, which is you learn all the stuff, right? You learn your character, you learn some matchup stuff, and you have some good fundamentals. You have a good game plan. You're hit confirming all this stuff. The kind of next level is being able to play the game while thinking about playing the game, if that makes sense. So being able to take a step back while you're playing and be able to say to yourself, oh, he DP'd the last 5 times I knocked him down. Maybe I should bait his DP next time. And again, this is not easy. So I don't want to make it sound like just do this, and it takes practice, and you have to work on it. You have to actively try to do this and actively try to train yourself to do this. But it is, in my opinion, the most important skill, because as you get better at it, this is a very clear, easy example where, and this is probably the example that 90% of players, it's their first interaction like this where they're able to say to themselves during the match, oh, I need to bait his DP. Because this is like the most common, I knock them down, they reversal. It's like the most commonly reoccurring situation. But what will happen is as you practice this skill and get better at this skill of, analyzing the game while you're playing it, you'll be able to pick up on these micro situations where you go, oh, every time I hit him with 2S, he's doing 5k after, or, whatever it is. And in the middle of the game, you'll be able to adjust what you're doing to punish these little things that you're picking up on that always happen. So it's an important skill to develop. Again, it is hard, but this is a good introductory way to start practicing that skill. Just pay attention to your knockdowns and what they're doing on knockdown. Are they reversaling? Are they backdashing? Are they mashing throw? Are they blocking? Are they faultlessing? Are they IBing? All these things, if you notice them, you can exploit them if they do them every time. So, what's up, Fate of Addiction? How you doing? What's up, Rupture? What are good bait DP tools? I mean, in this case, with Chip, it's hard because, see, the thing is, this is what I was talking about before. With Venom, if you do 2 hits of sweep, and then you just do K-ball, and you hit the K-ball, it's a safe jump. If you do it cleanly, and you do it, you don't add any delays anywhere, it's just gonna be a safe jump automatically. So it's like the easiest way to be safe against DPs. You jump kick the kickball, and you don't do a high, you just like empty jump low. Automatically a safe jump. Or you can hit a button on the way down if you want to do a high. You can do jump slash again. The problem against Chip is that when you do 1 hit of sweep, you cannot do that in the same way. The timing is just not right. He's too close to you, and the wake-up timing is different. So it's like extra annoying because you don't have that built-in safe jump. You have to do something else. You either have to hard bait it or, basically just hard bait it. Maybe I'll make a note, because this would be good for me to know as well. I haven't really looked at that. How to safe jump Chip as Venom. Maybe we'll look at that afterwards. Maybe we'll look at that like after all the replays, because that's maybe more for me than it is for anybody else. But yeah, but again, with such an extreme example here where the chip player is literally DPing every wake up, just hard beat it. You know what I mean? You don't have to get fancy with it here. Again, perfect, perfect, perfect. Little throw combo, beautiful, beautiful. So again, I'm just going to point this out just to repeat it. You're air dashing a little bit high here. You want to air dash lower. This is actually pretty dangerous because if he had crouched, which is what you want him to do, right? The reason you do this air dash is because you want him to crouch and get hit. You wouldn't have even hit him. You would have just gone straight over him. So you need to be very careful with this air dash. You got to make sure you air dash lower. So that's something you can practice in training mode. Okay. He was probably, I'm guessing that was force break DP. Yeah, he tried to do force break DP and didn't get a down input. So it's hard for me to tell if you were intentionally trying to bait him again, because you just kind of stood here and didn't do anything. But yeah, good. So this is a really quick Venom thing. If you get this formation in the corner and you want to just do a really easy meaty, 5K is what you want to do mid-screen because you have the extra distance. But because of the corner and you're closer, here instead of doing 5K, just do 2P, and it's the exact same thing. So you just do this, and you get a nice meaty. Really easy. What's a good way to pressure trip as a Haas, though? In my matches, the chip player just keeps playing passively and running. Ask me that question in a little while. I gotta get through the replays, but we can maybe look at that afterwards. Nice. Okay. So I mentioned this before in that last game when you had the kill in the right corner. When you go for the low, there's another thing you should just try to get into the habit of. Where did it go? Oh, here. Here, instead of doing 2K 2D, do 2K close slash. Even if you are not comfortable charging for Carcass Raid yet, close slash is still just going to be a better block string here. It'll let you go to sweep afterwards, or you could do 5H. It's very, it's easier to charge for a stinger, so you can do stinger sometimes. You do dubious curve. It'll just make it better if they block. And again, if they get hit, you can still go into the same sweep and get the same knockdown. So I would just get into the habit of, like, 2K close slash is almost like a unit, you know what I mean? You kind of want to think of those together for the most part, specifically when you're point blank like this. All right. So this was good awareness by you, and this is actually a pretty advanced thing that you did here, which this is something that took me a while playing Venom to internalize, that you don't always need to hit the balls. The balls just being out is a threat in itself, and people, they go crazy. Like, you summon one P-ball in front of you and people lose their minds. They're like, I have to get in, because they don't want you to hit the balls for free, basically. So this is really good awareness by you, and a good strategy that you just summon the balls and then just jump and just let him hang himself, basically. He did teleport to you. What you could have done here, so it looks like you hit K, or was that the ball, actually? Where did you hit K? Oh, no, yeah, you hit K here. So your instinct here was to hit K to try to air. Again, I would go with jump P, or you go with air throw here in this specific case. When Chip is teleporting to you, you go for air throw. And again, he's gonna... Oh, he didn't DP! Okay. So just that one bait. Got him. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Let me see something. Okay. I was gonna say you have a lot of meter. Spend it. That was perfect. That was excellent. So I'm guessing we're not going to get too much more to talk about here. It's probably going to be more of the same, so we'll run through this one. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Oh, he didn't get DP. He got, what did he do? Oh, he got far slash. Okay, for a second I thought this stuffed his DP. I was like, what? So one other thing you can look at and think about. So a lot of these corner situations, when you get breathing room, you're neutral jumping, and that's fine. But you might also want to mix in jumping forward sometimes, especially like with this kind of distance where he's likely to dash back in. If you had dashed forward here, you could have air-to-aired him better. Oh, and here, look at this. Jump S getting destroyed here. But, yeah, just like jumping forward and then double jumping or air dashing, even jumping forward and double jumping back can throw people off because they'll back up because they don't want to let you out of the corner. So just the point here is you don't want to do the same thing every time. You don't want to just neutral jump. Unfortunate. I don't hate the burst there just to get out of the corner. Oh, faultless, good. Do you know how to punish it? No, it's okay. I don't really know how to punish it either. I know the theory, the idea of how to punish it, but I never remember which way you're supposed to run. I think you run the direction that he was not. So like if he's on this side of you, you want to run this way. He always ends on the opposite side, right? So it's just something you have to look at in training mode, and then you'll never forget it, unless you're me, because my memory's terrible. Also, in this game, he can FRC it, so you don't even get the punish every time, but... Okay. Yeah, see, so we've talked about this before, but I'm just going to reiterate it one last time. You got to be careful with this. You know, just... You can see how late this mix-up is. He's already been standing for such a long time, and then you air dash a little bit high, so you just got to clean this up. And I would assume that you're probably better against not chip, and that the second hit of the sweep whiffing is like throwing off your timing. But yeah. And that was a great jump P. You just got to convert into confirm into jump S, so that you can double jump. Jump P is not double jump cancelable in this game for some reason. Pretty annoying. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Okay, well you got out actually. I don't hate fishing with H Mad Struggle. I don't hate it. You haven't been doing it too much, so I think it's totally fine. Nice IB. Oh, no punish though. Yeah, sometimes after you block Alpha Plus like that, you're too far to sweep. You gotta just 2S. And then, you know, you're not gonna get much more than that, but it is what it is. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I mean that's just a knowledge thing. You just, when you play chip more, you'll know that overhead is coming. Nice. Ooh, yeah. And that's a good example of why. I mean, we talked about this in game 1, right? Where you got like a random jump H knockdown, and then you tried to do this like manually timed meaty mad struggle, right? So here you got a random jump H, and then you tried to like mad struggle, but if you just do a meaty carcass, you can meaty him safely without risking getting hit by the Dragon Punch. But yeah, good stuff overall though. Can some characters IK that super if they block it? Probably, yeah. I don't know. Again, he can FRC it in this game, so, you know. But yeah, overall good stuff. I think just a couple things you can work on that would, you know, my theory, what I always try to set people up with is when I watch them play, the first priority to me is clean up the stuff that you're already doing. Make your current gameplay as clean as possible. Get a good, clean foundation, and then start adding new things and, you know, expanding, basically. But you want all of your, you don't want to be trying to expand in all these different directions, and some of your fundamental stuff is still not solid, not clean. So, you know, your air to airs, you know, with jump P and then confirming into jump S and getting a knockdown with double jump H. Specifically against chip, making sure you cancel the first hit of sweep. Making sure your air dashes are the right height when you go for the high on your jump K mix up. Other than that, I mean, I would say that was like the main stuff. Oh, and when you get pressure opportunities, use close slash. Make sure you use close slash. Such a good button. Such an important button for Venom. The sooner you start to use it and start to get familiar with it, the more you will, you know, the quicker you'll be able to move on to some of his more advanced block strings and stuff. So, all right. Yeah, good stuff. Let's keep moving. We got a lot to do. So that was HawthornStone. Next up, we have Brian, or whatever, who I just saw in chat a little while ago. Faust player. Let's see what we've got here. Okay. So these are... Here we go. All right, so we got 2 games. Brian, are these from the beginner tournament? I see the date of them. It looks like they are. These are actually from the beginner tournament? Okay, perfect. So these are from the beginner tournament, and Brian has some notes in here from the submission. Just having a little bit of trouble in the Milia matchup. He's having a hard time identifying when he should be trying to get out and when it's his turn, that kind of thing, which can be very tricky against Milia because she's so fast. Sometimes you don't even realize your turn went right past you, you know? It came and went before you even realized. So let's take a look. Oh, hold on. I need to make a marker. Let me pause this. Marker. Can't forget the marker. Review spelled correctly. Alright. The feeling of realize it could have been my turn a moment late hurts so much, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And part of that is just experience against the character, because you kind of have to know what you're looking for. But, yeah, let's see. Let's take a look. I mean, we're starting off good with the best music in the game, so... Okay. Like what I'm seeing so far. You understand the power of the almighty 2H. Ooh. So, since you're here, we can do this a little bit differently. Because maybe you can help, you know, answer some questions where I wouldn't necessarily know. Did you... I mean, it looks like you meant to do this 2H. This is not a missed input, right? Were you... What did you think was going to happen here? I mean, where did you think you were going to hit her when you decided to hit this 2H? You thought she was still going to be on the ground, and you didn't realize that she was going to jump? I mean, the thing is exactly what happened, and this is just like an experience thing. She didn't even hit you. The disc hit you. So, you know, what I would say here is this is a good example of... This is actually a really good example early on of identifying when it's your turn. And this does come up from time to time. Obviously, the better the Milia player, the less this is going to come up. But sometimes they do miss with the disc. They just get a weird knockdown and they have to run up to you. They don't run far enough. And bad habit of thinking 2H hits an arc. That makes sense. Yeah. 2H, the way he swings it, it definitely looks like that. But the hitbox is basically only along the ground. So... yeah, it's not going to hit anybody in the air, really. But being able to recognize this quickly and say to yourself immediately, oh, she messed up. This disc is not going to be meaty. This can give you options. So depending on... Let me rewind it a little bit. So, and again, this is all familiarity with Milia. Because even in a case where she misplaces the disc, she could still meet you herself. But in this case, you can, if you have the experience against Milia, you can see that not only did she misplace the disc, but she's not really going to recover fast enough to contest you. But the thing is, the disc is still going to be there, so you don't want to necessarily poke into the disc. My instinct in this spot would be to just jump away. I would say, oh, the disc is not going to be in the right place. I'm just going to jump so that she can't pressure me. So, you know, I would just do something like this. I would see this disc and just, you know, jump. And I would usually jump forward, but you could also jump back, and I would just, you know, get out of there. Where do you jump? In this case, you jump right away, because the disc is not meeting you. And again, you don't want to swing into the disc necessarily. You know, you could, you know, 6P, but that's if she jumps. She doesn't have to jump. She could run in. You know, if you hesitate, she could just run in. So, you know, just getting... So, one of the things that you have to understand is that if you're in the air, you can't be 50-50'd. So, it's like Marvel. You know how in Marvel, like, you hold up back because you want to be in the air? If you're in the air, you can't get high load. So, anytime, in general, this is not, you know, the golden rule, but in general, anytime you can jump, you want to jump. Because then you don't have to worry about getting high load. So, even just, you have to realize that just jumping here is a small victory. You know, she doesn't get to mix you up here. And then depending on what she does, you can, you know, you can swing if you want to swing. You just have to be aware that the disc is there and not swing into the disc. You know, you come down with jump P so you don't hit the disc. Come down with jump D. You know, because you can see here, she didn't hit a button. So, you know. So, I mean, again, this is, the better the Milia, the less this kind of thing is going to come up. But, so here, just a mix-up, you just got to try to react or guess. That left-right situation, I mean. So, again, you know, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff here because you were specifically asking about getting out of pressure. I want to make it clear, this is not easy, okay? And it's not like one size fits all where, you know, you can just do the same thing every time. The right answer here, in my opinion, is you have to have some level of Milia experience and knowledge, know what you're looking for, and then it's going to be reaction. So, again, you know, as I'm watching this, I feel my own instinct. And so, you know, I see Milia do 5K and then not chain it. As soon as I see her not chain it, I'm jumping. You know, and that's not going to work every time. Sometimes I'm going to react too slow and I'm going to get hit by this too out of my pre-jump. Sometimes, you know, I think she's not doing a Gatling and she is, and I get hit by, you know, some kind of frame trap or something. You know, it's not something that you can just do all the time. But this is the kind of stuff that you learn to look for. What I will say, something that you can kind of do all the time to help you make these opportunities is to faultless. We talked about this last week, but faultlessing, again, a lot of this stuff is in my opinion, but in my opinion, faultlessing is the most effective in general when the opponent is really close to you and they're doing jabs and kicks. So it's less effective as far as the meter spent compared to the result. I think you get a much better return on your meter investment against punches and kicks, if that makes sense, because it pushes them way out away from you. So like in this case, let me rewind this actually. Oh, and it's funny, I didn't even realize until I slowed this down. You did recognize this, and you hit 2K. I didn't even realize that until just now. So, I mean, that's something else we can talk about. Wow, this animation looks hilarious in slow motion. That's hilarious. So, I mean, we're going in a bunch of different directions here, but let's just get it all out, and then we'll keep looking for the same stuff as we go. If you are going to contest her with a button, this is not the button I would hit. Let's look at frames real quick. I believe this is significantly slower than both punches. I think 5P is like 5 frames or 6 frames, and then 2P is 1 frame slower than that, and then 2K I think is even slower than both of those. Okay, so I think I'm in Exerd. Plus R, Faust. Okay, 5P is 5 frames, 2P is 7 frames in this game. I feel like that's different than Exerd. Oh, and 2K is also 7 frames. I'm just curious. I just want to look at Exerd for a second, because I feel like it's different in Exerd. In Exerd, 5P is 6 frames, 2P is 7 frames, and 2K is 7 frames. Okay. So 5P is even better in this game. I didn't realize that. That's crazy, actually. So yeah, I would, yeah, that's true. That's true also. Yeah, that's the first frame, which is this frame, which is obviously not even hitting her. But regardless, anytime you want to contest like this, you should be using 5P, specifically in this range. If they're a little bit further, then you want to use 2P, I think. But not 2K. Not 2K. Yeah. But I wouldn't even use 2P. I would use 5P. It's a weird thing to get into the habit of because you're crouching, so it would be easier to use a crouching button, but 5P is, you know, I mean, let's see. Let's see if I can, I mean, I know it's coming, so it's hard to react. Oh, it does get low profiled. So yeah, then 2P. In this specific case, 2P is definitely the answer. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, like, pretend like I'm reacting and try to give it, like, a realistic timing. And you can see that, you know, you don't have much of a window to react. So again, I'm going to reiterate again, this is not easy, you know. But the thing is, so look at this. If I just faultless the 1.5K, the 2K whiffs. So I would say the most common thing, if you just want like a general strategy, faultless, and then as soon as she whiffs, either counter poke or jump away. But this is definitely going to be, if you're trying to alleviate the pressure, faultless is going to be, you know, the way you do that for sure. I like the idea of the 5D to go through the, what's it called? What's that even called? Is it called the same thing in this game? It must be. I forget what it's called though. What just happened? Such a common thing with melee players. You burst and they just pin to get back in. Okay. Nice little conversion here. So you're missing your techs here. Oh, you didn't even try to tech? Yeah, you stopped trying to tech. Why is that? I want to ask you. Did you just yeah, you didn't even try. Yeah, I mean, you can see the combo dropped here. Yeah. Maybe I put the keyboard down and grab my coffee. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, you should be trying to tech, obviously, but, you know. Yeah, see, in these cases, and the thing is, like, especially against Milia, because Milia uses so many 5Ks and 2Ks to bully you and to try to create frame traps and, you know, set up the high-low and everything. Faultless is very good against that. So again, just to show what it would look like so you can see visually how powerful it is. Let's go back for a second. Look at how far, to just 2 5Ks and she's gone, you know? So again, if your goal, if you're looking for ways to alleviate the pressure, Faultless is definitely the way. It'll create lots of opportunities for you to either counterattack or just escape, and you want to kind of rotate through that. Sometimes you want to swing, sometimes you want to jump. I mean, those are the main 2 options, really. Hold attack is honestly the best thing modern fighting games introduced. Yeah, it's pretty good. Ooh, you missed the donut, but... Okay, ooh. So it looks like also we're seeing you get a little bit more, a few more... What? That's pretty funny. That's hilarious. She's like, "Oh, did you miss? Let me help you. Let me get where you're swinging." Yeah, that was Omega calculated. We're seeing in this round already, you're getting a lot more opportunities on offense. You didn't really get that many clean opportunities on offense in the last game. So now we can talk about that a little bit as well. Do you find that these... Let's rewind a little bit. Would you say it's fair to say that these knockdown situations represent what your knockdown situations normally look like, or is it a case where the match was so fast paced that you just, you were caught off guard, you weren't really ready for the knockdown, so you kind of didn't know what to do? Let me go back even further. So you burst, and then I think you got a knockdown here, right? So that's whatever. But then here, yeah, you got a sweep. So like this 5K, this when I see this like stands out to me. That you hit 5K here. Not my ideal ones, but what I tend to go for despite knowing better, if that makes sense. Okay. So I want to try to be efficient with our time here. So do you feel like you know what the right stuff is to do, or do you want to go over what the right stuff is to do here? And the right stuff, I shouldn't be saying that, some good stuff, because there's tons of stuff you could do. Should be farming items? I don't know that that's the case either. Or making space? I don't think that's the case either. I would put those, if I was making a list of what I would want to do in this situation, those would be like, third or fourth on the list. So let's go back for a second. So first of all, when you do sweep, you want to, not always, but a lot of the time, you want to cancel into item. Especially at the level that you're at now, there is a risk of like punishment if they block your sweep, but I would say it's better to do it more than to do it less. So at the very least, I would recommend for now canceling your sweep into item, and if your sweep does hit, then it's really good, right? But even putting that aside, let's forget about that for a second, because you don't always want to do that. If you're comboing into sweep, you basically always want to do that for the most part, unless you can get more. But that's another story. But yeah, you could also do pogo if you just want to maximize damage. Exactly. So, but let's put that aside. You fished with sweep and you got a random sweep, and let's also not talk about reverse Gatling into 2S. Let's just talk about this sweep, okay? So you hit this sweep. Here's what I would recommend you practice. And again, this is the strategy that I've been giving everybody. What I recommend is that you have like 2 good options, okay? And you just interchange between those 2 options, and that will help you build up a foundation and then expand out once you get comfortable with those 2 options. But you want at least 2, that way you're not just doing the same thing every time. But you could even start with just 1 if you want to start very simple, because people will get hit by this. I mean, it's so simple, but people will just get hit by this a lot. So the first thing is I recommend meaty 2K. And this is something you can just practice in training mode. Oh, I thought I was controlling it already. You just want to run up, and after the sweep, let me rewind it a little bit more. And I mean, we have Elvin in chat here, so I'm sure he will give his opinion on what I'm suggesting as well. But after the sweep, just run up and just meaty 2K. I mistimed it there, but so the timing is weird when I'm when it starts in the middle here. But see this? This is kind of what you want to aim for. Okay? This is just such a solid... This is like... If I'm making a list of my Faust options, this is like number 1 on the list. This is like the go-to when you don't know what to do. This is like the this is the level 1. Just meaty 2K. And after the 2K, you have all sorts of options, okay? I'm just going to list them here. You don't have to try to use them all, but I just want to make you aware of all the options. The simplest option is this, right? So you can link 2P. Whoops, I missed. And sometimes that'll happen, you know, they'll just get hit. This will combo on hit. So if they get hit meaty by the 2K, this will combo. Okay? Another option is you do this. Whoops, you do 1 hit like this. And then you can just command grab. Okay? You can do all sorts of stuff. You can jump cancel. This is jump cancelable in this game, right? Or is it not? Oh, I guess it's not. The third hit's not. But whatever, you get the idea. I would just recommend this as your go-to. This is just such a good option. You will be surprised at how many people this hits. You have to learn the timing, because it is a weird timing to do the 2K meaty so that you only get the third hit, which is what you're going for. You want the 2K to hit super meaty. And then the other option, I mean, really, I would just start with that, honestly. I would just start with that. You know, just do 2K and then, you know, either throw or command grab or do 2P. And that is, like, enough already to get you off the ground. And then you could start mixing in, you know, jump cancels and stuff like that later. I'm anxious to get that close in the event I'm thrown. So, and maybe Elvin can comment on this, but I believe you can do this at a range where you cannot be thrown. Like that. Like, that should be out of throw range. So again, this takes practice. But, whoops. Like, I believe that's not throwable. And you can still do the exact same thing. So a good way that you can practice this, if you're having a problem spacing it and you are getting thrown, what I would recommend is go into training mode and make Faust the dummy. Okay, and pick another character, Soul or Millia or whatever character you know, like just a simple character that has a, you know, normal kind of hitbox, and then record yourself as Faust doing sweep, run up, meaty 2K, 2P, whatever. When you feel like you have a good recording, play it back against yourself and try to mash throw and see if you were in fact out of throw range and you did it correctly. And if you practice that a little bit, you'll get a good feel for how far you have to be, and, you know, just a feel for the timing of how to do the meaty 2K so that it's not throwable. Oh yeah, you can set the dummy to reversal throw. I forgot about that. I forgot. Good call, Peripheral. I forgot that that's a new thing. Yeah, just set the dummy to reversal throw. That's way easier. Yeah. I forget we're playing a modern fighting game now, you know, with a real training mode and rollback and everything. But yeah. So yeah, you just set the dummy to reversal throw, and then you can practice not only timing the 2K, but also the spacing so that it's not throwable. I want to write something down for myself. This is a really good topic, actually. Hold on one second. I have a list of general topics that I would make videos about. This is a good topic that I've thought about a lot, which is practicing efficiently. So, you know, you're trying to practice one thing, but maybe there's an opportunity to be practicing 2 things simultaneously. Like in this case, practicing the timing of meaty 2K, but also practice the spacing so that it's not throwable. You know, why practice those separately when you could practice them at the same time and, you know, do it all at once and get it, you know, be more efficient with your time. Where the hell is my... Like, I do this a lot where if I'm trying to practice a like a new mix-up or something, I will practice a combo also. So, you know, I'll do the mix-up, and then when the dummy gets hit, I'll do a combo and try to practice, you know, two things. Yeah, exactly. Practice sequences, not combos. Exactly. Exactly. I guess my concerns is that I'm doing 2K so much when they're not OTG, that they're just going to block low if I run up on them in an Oki situation. So that's a great point, Brian. I think the important thing to realize is that just because they blocked it doesn't mean it was bad. 2K on block is still very good, and that's kind of what I was trying to show here. If they get hit, then it's easy. You know, you do 2P or whatever, and you get a combo, you knock them down, you put them in the same situation. But the point is, if they block it, the 2K by itself sets you up for a mix-up. Just a simple mix-up between 2P and command grab. Or, you know, you can start getting to more advanced stuff later. But the 2K, I want to say it's like extremely plus on block. And again, I don't know if Elvin can weigh in here. So the third hit, just by itself already, is +1. But that's not even taking into account it being meaty. It has 6 active frames, so theoretically, this could be as much as +5 or 6, +6. So, you know, you have to realize that when you do this meaty 2K like this, even if they block it, this is a very good situation for you. And, you know, and that's why just hitting 2P after will catch a lot of people, because they see that you didn't chain into anything. The thing is, a lot of people, especially newer players, they don't realize that you meant to do this. They see the 2K whiffing and they think you messed up. So then they block the third hit, they go to hit a button, and you counter hit them. So, you know, and then once they realize that you're doing it intentionally, they start to block, then you start to command grab. So again, my advice in a lot of these cases is you don't have to get fancy. 2 options. You know, just do the meaty 2K, and then you know, mix in command grab and 2P, and that'll take you very far. And just getting really good at those 2 options will get you a good level of, you know, comfortableness, and then you can start to go from there. As we can see here, I have no idea what to do with my turn, however. Exactly, but that's why I'm saying just 2 simple strings. Meaty 2K, and then it's a fork. You either do 2P, 2S, 2D, or you do command grab. And I just want to see also, let me do this one more time. So if we space this, the command grab should still be in range, I believe. I'm mistiming it. Oh, I did that way too soon. Well, she's mashing, so this is going to be a little bit harder to see. I don't know if it's in range, actually. Might not be in range. Yeah. So, yeah. But you can dash up a command grab if you have to. You know, if you do this spaced out so you can't be thrown, then you could just dash a command grab. All right, let's keep going. But yeah, I mean, it's just important. Like, again, just going back to this for one more second, when I see this, this is like an alarm going off in my head that, you know, this actually goes back to like the last review, right, where I said you need to retrain your brain. In that case, it was about air-to-airs, right? Like, when your brain says air-to-air, I want, what was his name? My memory is so bad. HawthornStone. I want him to think jump P. I want that to be the go-to, because that's the most universal in that situation. And then as he gets more comfortable, then he can mix in jump D in some cases, jump H in some cases. You know, you go from there. But the default is jump P. And in this case, same idea. You know, I get that you're trying to mix it up because you felt like maybe you were using too much 2K, but there's nothing wrong with using too much 2K. It's a great button. And that should be your go-to, in my opinion. At your level, you need to make a foundation, and your foundation should be, you know, it's like you know, you need a go-to anti-air, you need a go-to, you know, quick button up close, you need a go-to poke, you know, you need a go-to air-to-air, all these things. And obviously they're not going to be the tool for every situation, but they're the tool for the majority of situations. So you start with those as a default, and then as you get comfortable with them, you'll start to see, oh, in this situation, I'm doing 2K, but I would like to have the option to, use something a little bit faster, or, something else, and then you start to work in 2P or 5P. But it's going to have to be a conscious effort, and as you can see here, the problem is if you just do something, specifically for Faust, there's going to be too many buttons where it's not going to work. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a good button for the job. His buttons, while they're all very good, a lot of them are very specific in how you need to apply them. So, if you're trying to like freestyle something and you don't really have an idea of what you're going for, it's going to be very difficult because there's too many buttons that are not going to work in a lot of situations. So, oh yeah, someone mentioned 6H. Yeah, that's another good go-to, another good button to go to, which I think you use in a second here anyway. But yeah. So, see here again, like all these spots where you're hitting 5K, in my opinion, you should be hitting 5P or 2P, but it's a range thing. If you're in range for 5P, I think you should be using 5P. Again, in my opinion. I like the idea of the door to try to get out. I assume you were going to try to force break it. Actually, you could probably see if you tried to force break it. Looks like you did not. No. But even just by itself, I like the idea. So this is something else. It took me a second to just process this for a second. So here, this was great. You saw her whiff, and then you jumped. The problem is, you literally did nothing. You didn't hit a button. You didn't block. You just jumped. I'm guessing maybe you were kind of surprised. Oh, you're assuming she's gonna jump there. I see. But even then, if you think she's gonna jump, a button like 5P, it's better option coverage, because if she doesn't jump, you're good, and if she does jump, you have a chance of hitting her on her way up, because it's a faster button. So, scary hair girls in my face, I'm just happy I jumped at all. Yeah, exactly. So, again, it's just one step at a time. It was great awareness that you jumped. What you want, obviously, is a game plan. If you get the jump, right, you kind of already want to know in advance what you're looking to do here if you get the jump, and it's really not, you don't have that many options, so there's not that much to think about here. I would either hit a button on the way down. That's kind of the level 1, right? The other options are double jump, air dash, Faust. You can throw a bomb bag, force break pogo, very strong tool. Probably a tool that most Faust players don't use enough, honestly. It's just a really good way to spend your meter. So yeah, you need to be a little more ready, and there's nothing wrong with the fact that you weren't. It takes practice, takes experience. So I would say the simplest thing though is just double jump at the very least. Just so you understand what I would consider the goal or something to aim for in the future is in these kind of situations where you jump, what I try to do is during this period of time when I'm going up, I'm looking at the opponent and I'm looking at what they're doing. Because if they whiff something thinking, they haven't reacted yet to the fact that I've jumped. This is all happening very quickly, the fact that I've jumped. So, when I'm back here, they don't know that I've jumped yet. In their brain, they haven't processed that I've jumped yet. So if they poke, I'm looking as I'm going up, did they whiff something? And then if I see that, I'm much more confident to hit a button because they have to first recover from their poke before they can even consider contesting my jump in. And depending on what the poke was, they might not even recover at all. I might just hit them, right? Depending on which poke and how delayed they did it. In a case like this, if this is me, on my way up, I see she didn't do anything, I'm much more likely to not hit a button because it's pretty realistic that she's going to react and anti-air me. She hasn't committed to anything yet. So, what I would try to do is notice that and then either double jump back or air dash, double jump forward, use an air option, bomb bag, force break pogo, something like that. Something that is going to be better in the event that she anti-airs me, or tries to anti-air me. Does that make sense? I think I missed the IAD window. Let me see your inputs. Yeah, maybe you tried to IAD too quick. Oh, and then you tried to air dash again? Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get an air dash, actually. 7 frames? I don't know. I have no idea what the number is, but that seems reasonable. That seems reasonable. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get an air dash here. So, it's good that you tried, actually. That's fantastic. And that makes a lot more sense of why you didn't do anything else, because in your brain, you think you're about to air dash. So you didn't know. When I say too quick, so let me be clear. Let me be very clear here. You said you missed the IAD window. So what I was looking for is 9, 5, 6, which would give you an IAD. So I thought that's what you meant that you tried to do. That is possible to do too quick, because you have to let yourself get off the ground before you input the 6. So, but then once I looked at the inputs a little bit clearer, I don't think that's what you did at all. It looks like you went from 9 straight to 6, and then you went to 5, and then you hit 6 again. So you weren't trying to IAD, or maybe you were, and then you tried to fix it with a normal air dash. I'm not sure, but yeah, the way IAD works is you're hitting 9 to jump forward, and the 9 is both counting as your jump and your first forward input. So the goal is that you hit 9, go to neutral, let yourself get off the ground, and then hit 6. And again, if you do it too quick, you just won't get off the ground. You'll be still jumping and you won't get your air dash. There's a minimum height also. So you have to let yourself, get up a little bit. Yeah. So, but I'm surprised that you didn't get an air dash here where you input the second forward. So, but again, it explains why you didn't hit it. Now it makes much more sense why you didn't hit anything on the way down. If I had tried to air dash and I didn't get anything, I also would have gotten hit by this in the same way, because you assume you're going to get your dash. So the bomb bag in neutral, probably a little bit tough in the Millia matchup. I mean, you probably want to do it to some degree, but she's just so fast that, this is what I was talking about before, but from the other side, it's a moving target. So getting that bomb bag in the right place, by the time you throw it, she's already moved somewhere. So you really have to throw it in advance, in where you kind of expect her to be. The other thing, I just want to go back for one more second. So this is something else that comes up a lot, not only with Faust, just with a lot of characters, where you can kind of get like almost basically as close as you can get to a free attack as possible as you're coming down from a jump. It's not 100% free, but it's as close as you're going to get. So for example, in this case where you jumped and then you air dash back, right, you want to try to create some space. I like the idea, good idea. The thing is, she's chasing you, and you can react to that, but even if you take that off the table, just even if she didn't move, it's mostly free to hit a button on the way down here. So for example, jump S, like I did it right the first time. The timing is so weird with the replay. Something like that, or jump H, which in this case would have hit her, depending on the timing. But in most of these cases, it's going to be jump S, which in this case didn't work. But the point is that you can hit it so low to the ground. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, it's not going to freeze anyway. The point is, you can do the jump in so low to the ground that the hitbox will come out right before you land, and then you're going to land and recover. So you basically have no recovery on the move. You have a couple of frames of landing recovery, which is why I say it's mostly free. But you get the hitbox out right before you land. So it's almost like a free attempt at getting some damage in, and more importantly than the damage, you're controlling space, which is why in most of these cases, jump S would be the go-to button, because it controls in front and below you. You're controlling all this area, where again, you know, she could have just run up to you here. So you want to make sure you're controlling that space and not letting her just run up to you for free. In this case, she jumped, so it would have whiffed, but again, there was not no risk, but there was an extremely low amount of risk to hitting jump S here. So, you know, rather than just what you did, you just hit nothing. Well, you hit 2K, but, you know, the point is you don't want to hit nothing. You want to be doing something there and get the benefit of the landing, cutting off your recovery. Okay, that worked. I don't know that I would recommend that all the time, but it worked. So here's another case. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but fantastic anti-air, great reaction, excellent, you know, choice and timing. I have a death crypt just holding 2, so I get jump 2K more often than I actually want to. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. That's something, as a Faust player, you just have to get used to. But that's also why S is such a good button, because it covers the same kind of space. I think it probably covers more space, if I had to guess. I mean, we can look at the hitboxes, but I'm pretty sure it covers a lot more space than jump K. But you don't have to worry about getting jump 2K by mistake as well. You can hold down back while you're in the air and just hit S, and you will, you know, there is no jump 2S. But going back to this anti-air, again, this is something that, you know, you wanna have as your default, as your go-to. So it's great that you hit 6P here, but I would go one tiny step further and try to think about 6P canceled into item throw as one unit. This is your anti-air. Your anti-air is 6P canceled into item throw. Does that make sense? And this is like a purely a muscle memory thing. I think if you go into training mode for 5 minutes and you record the dummy jumping at you and you just do 6P item throw, reset, 6P item throw, you know, just do it for a few minutes and get that muscle memory and think of it as one unit, so that, because there's basically no situation where you would want to do 6P and not do item throw. Even in the case where you have an item on screen and you cannot item throw, there is no downside to trying, because the worst case scenario is that you put the input in for item throw and nothing happens. So there's literally no reason to not do it. I mean, again, I shouldn't say literally no reason. There may be a few situations where you don't want to do that if you think they're going to block or something like that, but that's like way more advanced. So in general, I would try to think of it as one unit. I generally just 5K to anti-air. Yeah, I would start with 6P as your go-to. 5K is, I would say, like third in line for like learning how to apply as an anti-air button. 5K I think is like third in the list. I would start with 6P, and then once you get comfortable with 6P, you could move on to 2K. I think 2K is better than 5K. It's maybe better is not the right word. It's more applicable in more situations. And then I would learn 5K last. I think 5K is the most specific for how you use it. So yeah, I would just practice 6P item throw. And when I say practice, I literally just mean like just get the muscle memory. Just do it a bunch of times so you get the muscle memory. That way when it comes up in a match, it's more natural to you. And you'll be more prepared to do it. And just think of it as try to in your brain think of it as one motion. Would it be possible to switch the clips we submitted? I have new matches I think may be better to look at. Yeah, Treble. Go ahead and just resubmit on the form so that I can download them from the form. And just put, just put that you redeemed points, and that's fine. I'll clear it. What do you mean, Brian? I struggle to find spots, so finding what I can cancel into it is good. What do you mean, item? You talking about item throw? Item toss? Yo, Trouble, thanks for the sub. Oh, spots to throw items. Yeah. Well, I mean, in this matchup, you're not going to find that many. Remind me when we're done with this match, we'll take 2 minutes in training mode and we'll look at that a little bit more. Okay. Oh, another bomb. Careful. Oh, boy, yeah. That's an experience thing. What'd you hit? 2K? Yeah. I actually wonder if, let's see, where did it come out? So this is frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think if you had hit 5p here, well, I guess 5p might have gotten hit by the disc. Yeah, so I guess you can't really hit 5p here. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, with the disc on top of you, trying to hit a button is just, it's very low probability of working. So, you know, you can do it sometimes, but yeah, perfect, Brian. I like that you said that. We're going to talk about that in a minute when we're done with this match. Ooh, that's also an experience thing. So a good strategy for Milia, just a very simple strategy you can consider, is burst when you get knocked down. When she sets a disc up, burst off the ground. It's extremely low risk because even if they block it, you're considered still on the ground, so they can't get a real punish. And it will. It might seem weird because you're not really saving yourself any damage because you're not being comboed anymore, but it's a very high rate of success. The risk is extremely low because they can't really punish it, and it's going to work a lot of the time. And that's really important in this matchup. You want your bursts to work. you need your bursts to be reliable. Okay. Oh, mini Potemkin, let's go. Okay, okay. Stay with the mini Potemkin. Nice, nice. Oh. Rough. Mini Potemkin is just too slow. Is he gonna hit her out of the wind pose? Oh, I think in Exert, the mini Faust would hit you out of the wind pose. All right, let's look at training mode for a second. So we'll talk about item throw for a few minutes, and then we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, overall good stuff. I mean, it's a hard matchup, you know, especially you know, if you're not familiar with Milia, and especially if you're not able to make use of your knockdowns. It's really important that when you do get a knockdown against a character like that, that you really take advantage of it. Can we post links in the chat? There's a Milia Oki guide I want to link. Geared for Milia players, but I still think it's useful. Yeah, yeah, you can link it. Okay, so I gotta switch this color. This is just hideous. Okay, so let's talk about item throw for a quick second. So you mentioned you're thinking about it as a fireball, and you know, doing it in spots where normally a character would fireball. That's totally fine. That's a good way to think about it. Just in neutral, if you're not being pressured, you know, throw an item. Do I have it on coin? I keep getting coins. Yeah. What I would suggest, I mean, I think you already are aware of this, but obviously in those kind of matchups against like Milia or Chip or a fast character, it's going to be hard to do this because by the time you do this, they could already be running in and they could already be in your face. So what I would recommend, again, this is like a good foundation, just like a level 1, this is your go-to when you want to throw an item. This is how I started with Faust, because I did play Faust quite a bit in the older games. /item throw. And again, this is just like what we were talking about with 6p item throw being a unit. Just think of this as a single unit. Every time you do /, you do item throw. And this is extremely safe. Whether it hits, whether it's blocked, doesn't matter. As long as you make contact, this is just the foundation. So instead of trying to do a raw item throw, whenever you want to throw an item, do this instead. And let that be your go-to. The other kind of go-to that you can also mix in with that is 2H. Same idea. 2H into item throw as a poke. Very similar idea. I would say just start with far slash, and then when you get bored of doing far slash over and over, you start mixing in 2H. And just to set you up for, the next, several progressions, the advantage of doing 2H item throw is that you can start to get very tricky with it, because 2H specifically has really good reverse gatlings. So instead of doing item throw, you can do 2P or 5P and actually trick them into thinking that you're doing an item throw, and then hit them when they try to go in or try to contest your item throw. So something like this, right? This is more high level, obviously, but again, I just want to give you plenty of stuff to look at going forward. And then the other thing, so, again, I'm very big on giving you 2 options. So this is like the level 1, right? Far slash item, just all day, far slash item. The next level of that, once they start contesting your item, what you're doing is you're conditioning them that every time you do a far slash, you're canceling into item. If you notice that they are starting to contest you, very simple. My level 2 is far slash scalpel pull. And if they do much of anything to try to contest you throwing an item, because they think you're going to cancel into an item, you're going to catch them with this. So just very simple, just going back and forth between this and this can get you very, very far. Very, very far. Yeah. This is going to stop like 90% of what people try to do to contest you throwing an item. Because they're either going to try to jump, they're going to try to dash, they're going to maybe hit a far, if you're like here, they might hit far slash and they're just going to get counter hit by this. So just very, very simple. Very, very simple. All right, but yeah, good stuff overall. I mean, it's just tough, those matches against Milia, it's hard to begin with. No matter what character you're playing, it's going to be hard if you don't have experience against Milia. She's going to rush you down, but, even more so as Faust. So, all right, good stuff, man. Looking forward to seeing your progression. All right, let's keep it moving. Yeah, that's the other thing. The reward on scalpel pull. See, because what I like to recommend are things that are easy to learn, that are also good, and that's something that you will do if you play Faust for the next 10 years. You'll be doing that for 10 years. It's never gonna become bad. You'll just maybe use it less because you'll be mixing in other things. But that's something that is just always gonna be good. You know what I mean? It's never gonna become bad suddenly because you got too good or you start playing at a higher level. Something like that. Is there any reason to do the D follow-up to Scalpel? There's a lot of reasons. Number 1, it's burst safe. That's probably the biggest one. Number 2, let's just look at this super quick because I'm curious myself. Because I want to say that it is way more damaging, but that might not be true. I assume it is more damage. It might not be a lot more damage, though. Oh, whoops. Okay, 99. I don't even remember how you do this in this game. Where did I pass it? Back. Cursor forward D, cursor forward D. Okay. Oh, I didn't do it twice. Whoops. What is happening here? Why am I not getting it? What is happening? Back, cursor forward D, cursor forward D. Why am I not doing it? Okay. Yeah, so just that by itself is 117. But you can get even more damage from this if you slash back the explosion. Obviously, that's way more advanced, but just doing that alone, you're going to get a little more damage, but it's burst safe. That's the important thing. You just hold down back, and it becomes burst safe. But when you really want max damage, you slash back the explosion. don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. The thing is, once you learn the timing for the slash back, you get some of the meter back for the force break because you gain meter on a successful slash back. So, see, and then you get an air combo. I don't even know what the optimized combo is. It's probably like 2S 5K. What's really nice about this is I'm trying to do the slash back every time, and you notice I haven't gotten hit by it once. So it's almost like a free try to try to slash this back. I don't know if that's actually true. There's probably a timing where you can lock yourself out and get hit, but hasn't happened to me yet. So this is just one of those things where if you're a Faust player, you just learn the timing and you'll be able to do it pretty consistently. It's no different. I tell people this is no different than an FRC. It's like an FRC timing. You just have to learn the timing. It's a 2-frame window, just like a hard FRC. Oh my god. I mean, this is clearly going to be like way over, you know, it's going to be like 160 or something, but you get the idea. I felt like I got that one. Alright, anyway, you get the idea. Actually, you know what? I do want to see this for one more second, because I want to see exactly how much meter you do gain back. So let's just start with 25. I'm curious how much meter you get back. Oh, you have meter gain penalty. Okay, so forget what I said. I'm wrong. You don't gain the meter back. Yo, thank you for the sub, Ryan. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the review. And I hope you submit again in the future so I can see your improvement. There we go. 180. Wow, that was way more than I thought. 186. I mean, you could sacrifice a little bit of damage to get a knockdown and do jump D, but you're still going to be way over 170. So there you go. There's your answer for why you would do the follow-up. It's like double the damage, and it's burst safe at the beginning also. Alright. Where am I going? Replays. Self-sabotage myself talking about such a tool for my worst matchup. I mean, that's on you. You only have yourself to blame. Okay, so next up, we're going to look at Scumbag Megumi. Is Scumbag Megumi here? I don't think so. So this is Potemkin. Gotta find the matches. Here we go. So Potemkin versus Abba. Good matchup for Potemkin. So let's see what Megumi says here. Okay. Okay. So they're talking a little bit in the notes about they're getting they can feel themselves getting more comfortable, starting to put things together more and more. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, stream marker. Yep. I remembered also, Rupture. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yo, what's up, D-Sky? Alright, stream marker is good to go. So again, this is Scumbag Megumi playing Potemkin. Let's see. Hey, Hawthorn. Just watching the VOD? Nice, nice. Okay. So here's one thing already we can talk about. So let's see. I want to look at your inputs. Okay, beautiful. This is a great thing to start off talking about. So this is something that... Ooh, I just remembered something. Hold on. I need to write this down. I think I maybe wrote this down already for myself. I need to find this. Give me 1 second. Where did I... Alright, I'll just write it down here. I'll find it later. Okay. The FD out of Tekken tip blew my mind. Yeah, it's funny because we talked about that last week. Last weekend, I think, or maybe Monday. And I was showing that, and people were like, wait, I didn't know you could do that. Like, and there was like a flood of people in chat that were like shocked. So yeah, I think I'm gonna make a video about it with like 3 or 4 other like things that you should learn on day 1 that I think are equally as important as that. And one of them, perfect segue, is this right here. So what I want to point out here when we look at Megumi's inputs is only now when they did the sweep are they starting to hold down back. So this is like tenfold important for a character like Potemkin because he's a charge character. But this is applicable to every character. Even if you do not play a charge character, again, we talked about this like a week ago, but learn early, get into, you know, this is about developing good habits early. You want to be holding either back or down back while you are doing your strings, because there is basically no reason not to. There's literally no downside, and you get this incredible upside of possibly having a chance to block a dead angle or a burst. If you hold, instead of doing, like here, we're looking at close slash, instead of just leaving your stick at neutral and hitting slash, you could be holding 4 and hit slash and get the exact same thing. And sometimes, every now and then, they will burst. Like here we had 5k close slash. Sometimes they will burst your 5k and your close slash will whiff, but you happen to be holding back and you will block their burst. It's just going to happen sometimes. So then on top of that, when you're playing a charge character, this is just crucial for, I'm sure, I mean, we're going to talk about it in a second, but you can probably already imagine why. You just always want to have your charge available. And again, there's just no reason not to, unless you are doing a normal where you specifically cannot be holding back or down back. For example, you need to do 3k, or, you know, Potemkin doesn't have a 3k, but, you know, 6h or something. Obviously, then you can't be holding back or down back. But in all other cases, if you're doing, you know, 2k, 2d, 2s, those should all be 1k, 1d, 1s. It's just straight upside. There's literally no downside. And here, actually, what I wanted to show specifically is, so you started charging when you did the 2D here. If you had been charging a slight improvement on this string, so let me do this. If you had been charging this whole time, when you got to the sweep, you could have actually canceled it already. You would have had a charge. You could have canceled it into Hammerfall and had a chance to armor the burst. So let's see if it depends on the timing that they burst. So let's see if their burst timing would have naturally been absorbed by the charge here. I'm just gonna have to time this. Oh, I'm hitting K. Okay. I didn't get a break. So it looks like they burst pretty late. But again, it's not about it working every time. It's about having a chance. sometimes. You know, there's no downside. I think if I do fastest possible break here, it will always be burst safe, I believe. I got it the one time. It might not always be burst safe, but it's going to be pretty close. But anyway, you get the idea. Bottom line, you should always be charging. A, B, C, always be charging. But even for non-charge characters, this is a habit that you should try to get into early. And you will see, it again, there's just no downside, so you just want to develop this habit early. And then you will see, you'll just randomly block people's bursts and block people's dead angles. You won't even be trying to. So, it's not going to happen a lot, but again, no downside, why not? Did you hit a button here? Oh, you hit S and it didn't come out. I think you were still in block stun. Yeah, you were still in block stun. Wow, it's like a frame early. But, I mean, close slash would have whiffed here anyway, I think. So. And I'm also guessing you were not intentionally trying to hit close slash in response to Abba's jumping. You were probably just hitting slash thinking that you were going to be, you know, contesting her on the ground. It is important to note, 2H is plus on block, so you got to be very careful. Because she could have just stayed here and did, you know, 5P or 2P or something, you would have got destroyed for trying to hit slash. What'd you try to do? Try to hit 6P? Yeah, you gotta respect Danzai. Nice. So this is another case where every time you input slide head, you should always immediately start charging. Always. There's just no reason not to. You may not do hammerfall every time afterwards, but you want to give yourself the option to hammerfall afterwards, especially when the slide head hits, right? Because imagine here, you know, it was almost guaranteed this was hitting, like, I think it was guaranteed, but because of the super freeze especially, you should have had plenty of time to know that this was about to hit, and you would have been able to get all the way up to her to mix her up on wake up. Ooh, really important that you sweep here also. I mean, this is more of an Abba thing, but when you get a hit like this, I would be looking to sweep for sure, get that knockdown. Alright, you turned it into a reset, so that worked out. See, I would be much more okay with that sequence against any other character, but against Abba, you would have to really work hard to convince me to not just confirm into a sweep after these two hits here. You know, you hit far slash, 2 slash, plenty of time to confirm, just sweep. But it worked out. So here's another perfect example. Perfect example. Again, you did jump H, you could have did jump 4H, and you get the exact same button, but you would have safe jumped this. You would have been blocking. So, you know, here your left hand, you were at neutral, the stick was at neutral, and you did jump H, close slash. This could have been jump 4H, land, 4 slash, and you would have got the exact same buttons. If she didn't do Danzai, you would have got the exact same outcome. But in a case like this, you would have had a chance, and I think it would have worked here, of blocking this Danzai. You know, you did the safe jump. This was a great safe jump. Although, actually, I guess I shouldn't say that because it whiffed, right? You did it a little too... I think you hit jump H a little too late, so it whiffed. But the idea was right. But regardless, if you're holding back here, you don't get hit by this. Okay, nice. Nice. I'm curious if you knew that she was about to run out, or you were just doing that anyway to contest. Either way, good stuff. Okay, unfortunate, but it happens. Unfortunate, but it happens. Unfortunate, but it happens. Okay, now he's kind of memeing on you. So, just so you know, what you can do, this mix-up is kind of not real. It's kind of real, but kind of not real. When you see her run all the way up to you and then jump past you, you can just try to air throw. Because she doesn't really have... Maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong here. I think this is true. She doesn't really have a cross-up button. So she basically has to uncross you up. There's like no threat to her hitting a button and just continuing to go past you. They're basically always going to ID back to the original side. And you're off the ground for enough time that you can just jump and air grab. So just to show you what that would look like. You're blocking, she jumps over, and you air grab. I'm intentionally delaying it to try to show like a realistic reaction time. You know, you can see I'm not even jumping reversal. I'm not even doing it on the first frame. You have time to react to what she's doing, and you'll still have time to get up there and air grab her. So yeah. Yo, Hitachi, what's up? How you doing? We're doing replay reviews. Hell yeah. Okay. Ooh. What'd you mess up? Whoops. It looks like you tried to pot buster, but she wasn't even off the ground yet. She was still getting up. So if you're gonna... Potbuster is a very good option here, but you need to time it after they wake up. You have to realize also, not only are you trying to time it for when they get up, they have throw protection for a little while after they get up. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but you have to wait a certain number of frames before they become throwable. So not only do you need to delay this Potbuster to let them get up, you have to delay it a little bit more than that even. So just something to be careful of. Okay. So here, this is like a very simple strategy thing. So you got this knockdown. Where is it? Here. So you got this knockdown. The first thing that I would think when I get this knockdown is I want to get out of the corner. This is like a positional strategy thing. Potemkin off of basically all of his knockdowns, except for like Potemkin Buster, but all the other ones, Hammerfall, Heat, Sweep, you have the option to switch sides with them. And it's very important for Potemkin because, you know, do you want to have the opponent with the entire rest of the screen behind them, or do you want to have them in the corner? Obviously. So what you can do is just very simply just jump over them and use jump H as a cross up to meaty them. So that would look something like this. Let's rewind it a little bit. Oh, I was going forward. Let's rewind it a tiny bit here. So that would look something like this. I did it a little too soon. Abba's wake up is so funky. Jesus. Why is that not hitting? There we go. You have to wait so much. But you get the idea. Another thing you can do is you can double jump. And then you'll turn around. So like neutral jump and then double jump. Again, you have to vary this a little bit based on the timing of the opponent's character. But, yeah. This can help you, you know, whatever. There's a lot of, the point is there's a lot of ways to get this cross up. You know, do whatever is comfortable for you. I think this is the easiest. You just wait and jump. And this can also be tricky because you can kind of fake the cross up with stuff like this. So you can even like walk back a little bit and then jump, and then it becomes ambiguous. Right, so like that was a cross up, but I could also do this at the right distance, and it won't cross up. So very simple, but very tricky. So, but again, my go-to in this situation would be get out of the corner, you know? So I think like in this situation, you probably want to go for the cross-up and escape the corner like 80% of the time, and you only want to do the fake cross-up when you're playing against somebody who you know is familiar with the cross-up and is likely to block cross-up. Alright, let's keep going. But yeah, just being aware of your position on the screen obviously is important for every character, but especially for Potemkin, where it can be the difference between, you know, them running from you for 30 seconds or, you know, you having them trapped, basically. You missed your tech there. So you're just getting bullied by Danzai, right? Is that what's happening? Oh, no, you tried to hammer fall. Okay. So this is a little more advanced, but again, you know, we talked a little bit a little while ago about awareness and paying attention to what your opponent is doing. We saw in round 1 this ABBA after the 2H jump canceled. So that's something I would kind of like tuck away into my brain and be, you know, be aware of. And in this case, they did do it again. And it's just something, as Potemkin, he has a really good 6P. You just want to be ready for stuff like that. So like here, a little bit of pressure, and then 2H, and then they jump canceled it. So, you know, you just be ready with a 6P here. Again, a little more advanced. It can happen very fast, but just something to look for. They're going to do it again. They did it again. And again, these are the kind of things that you want to take notice of, because sometimes it will become increasingly obvious because they just do it every time. So here, let's just talk about this kind of situation a bit. So this situation, you got a knockdown, and then you can see they're being very patient. And look at the ABBA just sitting on the ground. They stuffed your Hammerfall. I think the idea of Hammerfall there was totally reasonable, because it was likely that she was going to do this or Blood Pack or do something because her meter was very low. But don't forget about Slide Head. You know, Slide Head. If Hammerfall is not working for you, Slide Head is a really important tool in this matchup, especially. She tried to bait your burst. Ooh, you almost got through it. Ooh. Her jump H in normal mode is pretty strong. Nice 6P, very nice. Still not respecting Danzai. I'm curious what you're doing here. Oh, you tried to jump. Yeah, you gotta just, I guess you could... Can you just Hammerfall through this, actually? Do you have to respect this? Let's see. Oh yeah, you just Hammerfall through. So, when I say respect it, I mean respect it traditionally, but, you know, this is definitely an answer. So, something to potentially do. But definitely don't try to jump or anything like that. If you're not going to Hammerfall, then, you know, respect it. Good jump. Great jump S. This is what I was trying to demonstrate in our last review, where it's kind of free to hit a button on the way down. This is a perfect example. This jump S, right before you land, the landing, you know, removes the recovery essentially. You get very reduced recovery, and it's just a free attempt. You know, just control the space in front of you. She tried to run up to repressure. This prevented her from occupying that space. Perfect. This is like a perfect example of what I was talking about before. Beautiful. Very nice. Didn't respect the Danzai. Jump cancel, yeah. So he's just jump canceling the 2H every time. Again, yeah. And you keep hitting S. Again, yeah. Every time. Nice 6p. Okay. So that's great. So you have the, you have the ability for the reaction. So, again, this is even more important. The fact that you have the ability to react with the 6p, the other piece of the puzzle is knowing to look for the jump here. And I think we're about to see yet another jump cancel here. But, again, I'm not saying this is easy. In my opinion, this is the hardest kind of milestone to start doing in any fighting game. But I'm pointing it out because it's a skill that you want to start developing, because it takes time to really train yourself to be able to notice these kinds of things. So, noticing that they are always jump canceling a certain button or always following up something with something else. Potentially, sometimes it doesn't help you. Sometimes you notice that they're doing something. There's really nothing you can do about it. But, sometimes you can do something about it. And those are the ones that you really want to notice. Okay, Mega Fist. There's the fake cross-up again. Jump cancel, yeah, every time. Okay, respectful of Danzai, okay. There was nothing wrong with this, by the way. You tried to poke, and she did run up Danzai. Happens. Nothing wrong with that. Third hit Rekka. Okay, burst. Wow, you barely had to block that. I want to see something. Did you try to punish it anyway? You didn't. Okay. So this is something else, just like a general thing. This is more of like a footsies thing. Somebody asking about putting in a request. Oh, Hotashi did. Is the queue full? Yeah, I mean, you can put it in. I have a bunch more to do, so I don't know how many I'm going to get through tonight. But, yeah, you'll always be queued up for next time. I am probably just going to do them all tonight, though, so if you want to submit, go for it. So this is more of like just a general... This is even not even Guilty Gear specific. This is just fighting game specific. Or general fighting game, I mean. When you are... I consider this like a footsies thing. When you're playing footsies, if somebody pokes, it's almost like an option select where, you're kind of both, doing the footsies dance, and they stick out a poke, and you're not really sure if it's going to make contact or not. You're right at the edge of the range. Like, this is a perfect example. This is why I'm bringing it up. Where did it go? So like here, this Danzai, this was unclear, at least to me, whether this was going to make contact or not. It's right at the edge of making contact, right? So what you can do is you can kind of option select it, and you can block and then hit a button such that it is timed after you would block the normal, or the move in this case, it's not normal. And what'll happen is, if it does make contact, you will block and your button will not do anything. But if it whiffs, your button will come out. Now, if you're just going for the fastest whiff punish, that's not going to be the fastest, because you're slowing yourself down by allowing yourself the opportunity to block it if it makes contact. But what you are sacrificing in speed of whiff punish, you are gaining in safety of whiff punish. Because what you don't want to happen is you hit a button, too soon, thinking that it's going to whiff, and it doesn't whiff, and it actually hits you. Which is what would happen in this case if, you saw the first hit of Danzai whiff, and you're like, the second hit's not going to hit me, and you go to hit a button, and sometimes also you hitting the button extends your hurt box. Maybe it was going to whiff, but you extend your hurt box and you hit yourself. So... in a lot of these situations, again, what you can do is just block and then hit a button slightly delayed with the timing that you will already be blocking. And then if you're not blocking, then your button will come out. So, just an interesting little fighting game thing. Okay, forward Mega Fist. Goku. I like the hammer fall. Okay. So one other thing that I'm noticing here, nice by the way, is if we just go back here for a second. Look at all this pressure, and you are just normal blocking. Something else, again, you're sitting on a lot of meter. The round is about to end one way or the other, so you really don't need all this meter. Consider, and this is not an ABBA specific thing, this is just a general, again, not even necessarily Guilty Gear thing, just a fighting game thing. Spend your meter, right? Like, how long is this round going to go that you're going to need all this meter and be able to spend all this meter? Here, I would be either fallassing or I would just dead angle. Dead angle at a higher level, there's some risk that maybe they read your dead angle and they try to Danzai. But if you don't want to take that risk, at least be fallassing. You know, you're not going to be able to spend all this meter before the round ends. So, yeah, spend that cash, exactly. So, because look at how long you wind up blocking here. So, but good stuff. Let's look at the third one. Okay, round start hammer fall. Not a bad option. Nice, okay. So this is another thing. This is exactly the same idea of what we were just talking about, right? You did your sweep. All of a sudden, at some point, you realize something's not right. They're bursting. Your sweep whiffs. You don't want to extend yourself and get hit by the burst, but you want to try to punish the burst. Same idea. You can block until the burst would be hitting you, and then hit a button after. And even if you don't get a punish, you'll at least get the initiative. You know, when they land from the burst, they'll have to at least block your button. Oof. Talk about extending your herb box. Jump cancel. Nice! Beautiful adaptation. So you're already doing it. You did it. Beautiful. Okay, unblockable. So this is, again, you know, talking about the... That is unblockable, yeah. I'll talk about that in a second. I'll go back for the people who don't know about that. Again, this idea of awareness, you know, I don't want to get too in the weeds here, because I want to try to keep the advice proportional, you know, to what you'll be able to handle here. But I think this is important for anybody watching, just to understand what the goal is down the line. You know, where are you trying to get to? Oh, there you are, Megumi. What's up? Yeah, we're about 2/3 through your review. This is the third game. So this is, again, it's a hard skill, but it is vastly important. It is, you know, this is what separates the really, really good players from everybody else. Look at this sequence again. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit. Okay. So Abba is in Maroha. Look at all the buttons that she's hitting. 6H, Danzai, 6H, or was that was far slash, I guess. Far slash into 2H. 2H. I'm talking about more in the neutral, like here. Danzai. She goes in. This is the unblockable we're going to talk about. So just notice every time she's in this kind of range. 6H a couple times. You have to ask yourself, why is she doing this? Right? What is the point of this? Why is she doing this? A good opponent is doing what they're doing with intention to beat something. They're looking for something. They're expecting something. You know, some combination of these ideas. So what is the goal here? What is this designed to beat? And the answer is, it's designed to beat Hammerfall. It's a 2-hit normal. Everything they did in neutral, everything would have beaten Hammerfall at any point. Far slash 2H, the Danzai, this 6H stuff, it's all 2 hits. It's all intended to beat Hammerfall. Now, whether the ABBA is doing that because you've been doing a lot of hammerfall, which you kind of have. That would be fantastic from the ABBA's perspective. They're adapting to what they see from you. But now it's on you to adapt to that. And what you see here is that they're doing all this stuff anti-hammerfall, but you're still hammerfalling. And again, I'm not talking down on this, because this is such a hard thing to be able to see in the moment in the game and be able to say, oh, they're doing this because it beats hammerfall, I have to stop doing hammerfall. This is, again, I'm going to say it over and over, in my opinion, the hardest skill to master. But it is important, so I'm going to keep saying it. And so, you know, the best thing you could have done here is said to yourself, well, she keeps doing these out of range 2-hit things to stop hammerfall. So it's like level 1 is I do hammerfall to get in. Level 2 is she does 2-hit normals to protect herself from hammerfall. So the question now is, what is level 3? What is that weak to? What is the 2-hit stuff weak to? And the answer is slide head. She's sitting on the ground, doing this slow-ass 6H that's not even making contact with you in a lot of cases. She's doing it just out of range, just slide head. Even back up if you have to, so that you don't hit yourself when you do slide head. You know, extend yourself into 6H or whatever. So, you know, just something to think about. Okay, nice. Knockdown. Oh, you try to bust her, huh? Did you try to bust her? No, I don't think you did try to bust her, actually. No, yeah, you just did... Yeah, you just did Mega Fist. I like the patience, because she's got to do something. She's about to transform back. Here I would be slide heading. I would be slide heading, because look at her meter. She can't jump. She jumps, the meter just runs out. So this is like a free slide head. Okay. Okay. So this is another thing. I've seen this a couple times from you, where you do a jump in, and then your default, your instinct, is to hit slash. Obviously intending for close slash. Here, you got super messed up because you got far slash instead of close slash, and it got beat because they were mashing 2K. But I would get into the habit, again, I know you just got here, Megumi, but we have kind of a recurring theme tonight where I'm trying to set everybody up with a set of defaults, some go-tos, you know what I mean? And I would say for Potemkin, the go-to is 5K. If you had hit 5K here instead of far slash, you would have counter-hit her for mashing. Maybe that's not true because you did this jump in a little high, but regardless, I would say the level 1 kind of block string slash hit confirm is, which you did like the very beginning of game 1, round 1. 5K, close slash, you can throw in a far slash or a 2 slash if you want, and then sweep. And, you know, use that as your foundation and then build off of that with, you know, various different timings where you stop your Gatling and then do Potbuster, or, you know, do Hammerfall, or, you know, whatever you want to do. Okay, nice. And this is, we talked about this before you got here. Got to be very careful with Potbuster on Wake Up, because you're not just timing it for when they're up off the ground. They have throw and vuln when they get up for a certain number of frames, which I don't know off the top of my head. So you not only have to delay your Potbuster for them to get up, you have to delay it for the throw and vuln to wear off. Oh, and I just remembered, let me go back for a second. We were going to talk about, let me rewind super quick. Just to talk about the unblockable for the people who don't know. Where is it? This round was long. Where did she do it? I think it was like here? Yeah. Okay, so this move, this kick, is it's a very weird move, this move. So this move is both an overhead and an unblockable. And I know you're gonna hear me say that and say, what are you talking about? That is not a thing. So the way this move works is it has different properties depending on how you block it or how you get hit by it. So if you crouch block it, you just get hit. It's an overhead. and on hit, it ground bounces you, which is what happened here. Okay? If you block it high, which I'll do here in a second, I'll take control here and block it high. If you block it high, you get staggered. So it is an overhead that on block staggers you. So it is unblockable also. And so you can see the stagger here. So what she will do is she will do this meaty fireball so that you cannot do anything. You can't jump or backdash or anything like that. I mean, you could backdash, but you're just going to get hit anyway. And then do the unblockable, and it doesn't matter what you do. If you crouch block, you just get hit. And if you stand block, you get staggered, and she's so close to you that she can combo off the stagger. A lot of the time, what they'll do is they'll cancel the move into Goku Moroha activation, and that's like 100% guaranteed. There's absolutely nothing you can do to get out of the stagger. The best options here are dead angle if you have the meter, which you don't in this case. And that's about it. Dead angle, and you know, some characters have character-specific options and stuff. But if you don't have the meter to dead angle, the best thing is block high and try to mash out of the stagger immediately, because you know it's coming once you see it. So you just block high and just immediately start. You can actually just be mashing back and forth already when she's doing the overhead, because as long as you're not crouching, you will be blocking high because there's no gap. So you can literally just start mashing immediately and have the best chance at mashing out of the stagger. Could you force break since it's pot with Gauntlet? Judge Gauntlet is not armor on frame 1, I believe. So no. Yeah, you could burst also. Yeah, burst is obviously another option. Yeah. Yeah, I believe Judge Gauntlet is not frame 1. Alright, so let's go back to where we were. This is close to where we were. This is exactly where we were. Okay. Nice. Yeah, and there's the throw that's a little too early. So, Megumi, since you're here now, I mean, I'm sure you'll go back and rewatch this, but I would say the number one thing for you to work on is ABC. Always be charging. A lot of these situations where you're getting like sweep knockdowns or where you get slide head knockdowns, you don't have a charge yet, so you're not able to maximize your knockdown. So just something, it's really important to get into the habit early, because the longer you play without developing that, the harder it's going to be to unlearn it, because you're going to have to almost relearn your muscle memory for doing your strings and doing your combos. So I would try to learn that immediately and start getting comfortable with it immediately, so you don't have to go back and unlearn later. Okay. The burst is a little ambitious, but you do have a lot of meter, but yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly, Megumi. And you know, there are really advanced applications of applying Hammerfall where your charge timing is very restricted and it's very tight. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It's the simple stuff, like if you go back and at the very beginning I talked about, you did 5k, I don't remember if it was, I guess it was close slash and then sweep, and you know, just charging while you're doing that sequence so that you have access to Hammerfall right away is really important. What a clash. Okay, Hammerfall. Okay. I don't know that you meant to do that, but that is a really good trick that Potemkin players will use, where they'll whiff a 5p and then you think that it's a pot buster, so you jump and then they do 5k and they get, you know, you get hit out of your pre-jump. So that's fantastic. You realize that you should have canceled into heat too late. So this is something we haven't seen yet, the counter hit jump S. This is another thing that you just need more experience to have the awareness. But you know, when you do jump S, in your mind you should be mentally prepared for the possibility of it counter hitting. And then when it does, here you did 5H, which would have been totally fine. I'm going to recommend your go-to be 2S heat. So when you see the counter hit, 2S heat. It's going to work from basically any range. they would have to be you have to like hit an outstretched poke for it to be out of range, but it'll basically just always work. So like here you did 5H, you could have did 2S heat. Okay, here's another situation. Again, this stuff it comes with experience, but part of the experience is having the awareness, being mentally prepared for the situation to happen. The goal is not to react on the fly to some of these situations, like counter hit jump S hitting, or this situation that I'm about to show you. The idea is that when you do the jump S or when you do the hammer fall, you're already aware that this could happen, and you already know what to do if it does. So it's less about like, oh, this looks like I could do this, or oh, they're getting ground bounced, I should do something to combo out of the ground bounce. It's like I'm hitting jump S, and I'm already like, okay, if they hit a button, they're gonna get counter hit. I know what to do if they get counter hit, and then boom, you see it, and you just already know what to do. And this is another one of those situations where when you do hammer fall, you should be aware of the situation where you hit them really high up counter hit. This comes up more commonly than you maybe think. When you hit them really high like this, you can actually juggle them with 5K. So let's see if I can... And AB is really heavy, so it may not work here, but yeah, see? So you can actually pick up off this, meterless. So again, this is just optimization, but, you know, even though this is a little bit advanced, it's the principle of being aware, because this is the kind of thing where, again, you want to be thinking about this when you do the hammer fall. You know, you might have an idea like, okay, I'm going to hammer fall and then I'm going to FRC it when I get in, but you got to be prepared that when you do it, even though you might have one intention, things are going to change potentially by the time you get there. So it's like, oh, she jumped, you see her in the air. As soon as you see her in the air, my mind is immediately thinking, oh, if this hits high, I might be able to juggle off of it. And that way you're already ready for the situation. And it looks like you did try to do something here. It was just too late, and it was the wrong thing also. You need something faster to pick them up. I'm guessing this 5D was accidental, but Potemkin's 5D is pretty good. It's a little bit tricky. A lot of people don't look for it, and I don't know about in this game. I think in Exerd it's like -1 or something. What is it in this game? I know it's not punishable. 5D. Oh, it's plus. Is it plus in Exerd? Am I just wrong about Exerd? I knew the number was small. I didn't know if it was plus or minus. Exerd 5D is +1. So I had the number right. I had the sign wrong. But yeah, +3 in this game, so even better. So yeah, it's a good tool. So I don't know if you meant to do it here. It looks like you didn't, because the next input you hit 1. So I'm guessing it was supposed to be sweep. But yeah, throwing in 5D every now and then is not bad. Okay, that's gonna hit, yeah. This is, again, another perfect example of preparedness, right? Having the awareness beforehand. So you heard me say it during the super freeze, right? You did the mirror. I knew it was gonna hit. Clearly you didn't, but that's okay. It's not about knowing. You're not always gonna know if it's gonna hit. The point is that you're ready if it does, right? So you're already thinking, okay, this might hit. If it does, what's my conversion going to be? And in this case, you could have did 2S. You could have did the same 5K that I just showed with the high hammerfall hit. But the point is that you're prepared, so that if it does hit, you don't want to have to first think about what to do. You already know what you're going to do. Now it's just a matter of reacting if it hit or not, and then your hand is ready to go. You know, so just to show what it would look like here. You have plenty of time here. You could do like, I'm sure you could do like, yeah, you could do literally anything here. So, and you know, you can hold block and wait. The way the mirror floats them, it's just like infinite time. So if you're not sure whether she's going to hit you, you can block for a little while. This is like what we were talking about before. You can block for a little while and then make sure, you know, make sure what's going on and then hit your button. I hope she doesn't come all the way back now. Uncross up. Yeah. What'd you try to do? Oh, you tried to hammerfall. Fantastic. We showed this before you got here, Megumi. You tried to hammerfall. You just didn't have a charge yet. You did have a charge, though. Why didn't you get hammerfall? What did you get? Oh, you were 1 frame late. You were 1 frame late. You would have got hammerfall. You were literally 1 frame late. Yeah, you just got hit. Literally moving from down back to forward, you got hit. That is unfortunate. Literally 1 frame. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But that's, I'm good with that. That, I would be happy with that if I was you, because to me it's more about the idea. You have the right idea, and that's the hardest part, is having the idea in the moment to know what to do. The fact that you were a couple frames late, that's easy to fix. The hard part is getting the idea and being ready to do it. So, wow. I didn't even know that. That breaks armor? I thought you were going to go through. That's wild. That seems like it shouldn't happen, but, you know, whatever. I mean, she does need some stuff, right? So, yeah. Unfortunate, she brought it all the way back. This was your round. You won this round like 10 seconds ago, right here. Just any button here. But again, it's not about, you know, it's about having the forethought, you know, being ready, being prepared. So, but yeah, overall good stuff. Overall really good stuff. I think if you just work on your charging and look at some of those situations I talked about and be a little more prepared for them, you'll have a lot more opportunities. Because the thing is with Potemkin, you got to maximize your opportunities. So, yeah, I agree. The ABBA player was definitely better than you, but I mean, you held your own. You were doing a lot of good stuff. So, yeah, very nice, very nice. All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. We've already been going for almost 3 hours, and we've only done 3 reviews. So, you know, right on pace. So Treble is going to be up next. Treble, are you still here? Did you want to submit different matches? Because you are next. I don't see your second form submission. But regardless, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I need to stand up and stretch my legs. I'm going to refill my water. Maybe go to the bathroom and get a snack. I encourage you guys to do the same. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we will keep going with more match reviews. Next up is going to be Treble playing Axel. All right, I'm back. Got a little snack. What I was hoping to do tonight was get through all the reviews, and I figured I'd be wrapping up around now, and then I would order some food, play net play until the food got here, and then end the stream. But I think we're gonna have to adjust that plan because we have a lot more reviews to do. Hey Megumi, thank you. What's up, Pythmere? How you doing tonight? Although the queue is growing because a couple people have submitted now, so maybe it's not realistic that we're going to get through all of them tonight at this point. If we can do 3 more, I'll be pretty happy. And that'll get through all of the ones that were submitted a week ago. Or I should say in the last week, not a week ago. That's probably a pretty good goal. Finishing out the last hour of work and then it's your weekend. Nice, nice. We are right in the middle of a replay review session. So we've done 3 so far. We've done HawthornStone playing Venom, brianorwhatever playing Faust, and this was just Scumbag Megumi playing Potemkin. So the next one's going to be Trouble. Trouble was here earlier. Are you still here, Trouble? I see you in chat, but are you actually here? I bit my tongue a little bit. It's like scarfing down a snack as fast as I could. I bit my tongue. Treble, are you here? So Treble was here earlier, and they asked if they could resubmit different matches that they would rather have reviewed, which is totally fine. But they haven't done that yet. So maybe I will skip Treble for now, and if they come back, we'll come back. Looking forward to the tournament on Tuesday. Me too, me too. I need to tweet about it. I keep forgetting to tweet about it. Alright, let's pass on Treble for now. Again, normally I would just do it anyway, even though they were here earlier and they're not now. I would just review them anyway. But Trouble specifically said they had better matches to review, so I'll skip. Alright, so next up after that is... Oh, I need to do one more thing. I need to mark Megumi as complete. Okay. So next up after Treble is Sunfrost playing Venom, who left a very compelling note in the form of a smiley face, which I appreciate. Okay. Venom versus Milia. This is gonna be rough probably. Oh, and it's Blitz. Blitz is very good. Okay. So let me make a marker. We'll jump right back into it. So this is review Sunfrost Venom. Right at the 3-hour mark. Nice. All right, let's see what we got. Averaging about, what, 45 minutes per review at this point? They're getting slower, not faster. It's not good. All right, let's see. Okay. So small optimization here. Again, this is something we were talking about earlier with Venom. This air-to-air jump K makes a lot of sense here because you're attacking below you, but I would buffer jump S in case it hits, not jump P, for exactly this reason. Now you're too low to really do anything. You probably still could have got jump S here, but if you just do jump K, jump S, and you see I do this all the time, that's enough time to hit confirm. Then you can double jump the jump S before you land and then get a knockdown. I usually do a second jump S, jump H. So, little small missed opportunity there. Ooh, okay. Did you try to poke into this? Just want to see the inputs here. Did you mean to do this, or were you trying to do far slash? Because the inputs look very clean that this is what you were trying to do, but it could be, you know, that you were trying to hold back. It looks like you were trying to do this. Pretty ambitious, though, to just summon in her face like this, out of her pressure. All right, here you tried to throw. Right? Yeah, oh, so here you try to throw, and here you go. So you try to throw, and you got ball summon. Same idea. You were holding down back, and unfortunately you had hit down at some point before that, and then you tried to hit 4 and H, and it turned into ball summon. Really unfortunate. This happens to every Venom, though. It is what it is. Unfortunate. Nice block. Okay. Very nice. The retreating, the ID jump H, so good. It's like, get away from me, get away from me. Missed attack. So, against this mix-up specifically, one option you can do that would have been pretty good here is, when Milia does dash disc like this, what I like to do... that's a good point. It's wasted. But I think it's a good point for the opposite reason that you're probably thinking. Let's go back for 2 seconds. This is worth talking about, actually. I'm glad you said that. So here... No, it was before this. Try to throw, and someone in chat points out, it's wasted points out, you did raw H, and I think the intention of that comment was to note that it was not a throw OS. 2 important things to note here. I guess 3 things, but they're all the same. Oh, the other one? Which other one? Where was there another one? Oh, this one. This one. Same idea. This one is an even better example, actually. This one is an even better example. Because on the first one, well, let's talk about it. So, first of all, you don't always want to OS. You don't always want to throw OS. You can only throw OS if you're throwing forward. Does Venom want to throw forward here? No, he would much rather back throw into the corner. No, it's wasted. You cannot do that. You cannot throw OS backwards. You will always get FD if you try to throw OS backwards. It will not give you a throw. Even if you are in throw range, you will not get a throw. You will get FD. So, Sunfrost, you went from playing Joe Biden to playing Blitz. Are you in pain or something? Yeah, exactly. Masochist. So if you want to back throw, this is the only way to do it. 4H, that's it. There is no trick. There's no, you know. I guess that's not 100% true, right? Let me see something. I've actually never really talked about this or looked at this or tried to apply this. Let me see if I can time this. Actually, I won't. We'll have to look at it in training mode. Let me just write it down. We'll look at it in training mode after. This is like super in the weeds anyway. But the other thing that's important to note is that even if we wanted to throw OS here, Venom cannot throw OS here anyway, because he's a charge character. Why can't I? Am I not in the game? He's a charge character. So if you want to throw OS in this situation, but you have been blocking for X number of frames beforehand, you cannot throw OS because you will hit forward, some button, and H, and your forward and H will become H Stinger. So for charge characters, defensively, it is actually very common that you do not throw OS, that you have to back throw, basically. I mean, you just like, you can't forward throw because you get Stinger with Venom. So, you know, you have to be very careful of that. But we'll talk about some other throw stuff in training mode afterwards. And actually, so this segues right into this. So the thing with throw OSing with Venom, or with any charge character, is this situation, for example, when Milia gets a knockdown and then she does like a dashing disc. Here was a micro dash disc, right? Um, because you're knocked down, you have time to see this situation coming, and you don't always want to throw OS, but if you do want to throw OS in this spot, which I do a lot in this specific spot, it beats a lot of options. It beats a lot of her options. And the thing is, you have to know in advance that you want to do it, because normally, kind of the default for Venom, or for any charge character, is when you're knocked down, you're charging, because you want to have the option of using your charge moves potentially at any time. But in this case, it actually can hurt you, because you lose the ability to throw OS if you want to. So in these kind of situations, you actually have to train yourself, which is something I had to do at some point, to intentionally not hold down back while you are knocked down, if you know that you're going to want to potentially throw OS, and actually wait to start blocking until you actually get up. And again, this is not something that you always do. So sometimes you want to have a charge when you get up, so that you have the threat of like 2S Stinger or something like that. So it's really a case-by-case basis of knowing in advance when you're going to want to charge and when you're not, and deciding whether you want to start building a charge as you're getting up or not. So in this situation, let me rewind it a little bit. What I'm talking about is throw OS is very good here because it beats most of her common options. If she stays on the ground, you'll throw her. If she jumps, a lot of the time you'll get the throw OS and hit her. And in this case, exactly what she did, if she does the cross-up, your throw OS will become a faultless in the other direction. Although, as I'm saying that, I'm realizing in this game it's going to be a slashback and it's not going to work. You could throw OS with P, I guess, if you want faultless. But in Exert, you would get a faultless here. Oh, I did it backwards. I held a charge. So, oh, it didn't even activate. Oh, she was still in front of me when I did it. So it doesn't even work the way he did it. I would have got hit too. I would have done this and I would have got hit. Oh, because this wasn't a cross-up. Wait. Oh, it hit so late. Oh. He just did the disc not meaty. Wait. No, this... I'm surprised that I'm not getting... There I got slashback. So with a slight delay. But yeah. This is just... He happened to do it like with a perfect timing where the close slash is going backwards. But this beats most of the options. Like I said, you shouldn't do it every time. And I don't do it every time, but I do it a lot on this specific knockdown. But yeah, I wonder if 6P is going to be slower, right? Yeah. Anyway, just something to think about. But yeah, having to make the choice between, you know, having the charge or being able to throw OS is something that is important. You can OS on a wake up because you can't slash back for 10 frames. That's true. So if you did this on frame 1, you wouldn't get a slash back. But do you get faultless in that case? Does it like default down to getting a faultless if you can't slash back? Let me see. Let me take control again. Oh, you don't even get faultless, you just get close slash. Yeah, so you just always get close slash with this, which is actually maybe worse. Yeah, it would have been sick if you get faultless instead, because you can't slash back. But yeah, you just always get slash. That kind of sucks. So not as good in this game because you don't get faultless when she crosses you up, but yeah, maybe not as good in this game. Anyway, nice double jump. I like that burst because of the positioning. Wow, you got lucky there. Unfortunate, missed the FRC. So here's another case. Again, I've seen 2 spots now. Your air-to-air situations could be optimized a little. Obviously, also it's a little bit higher level, you know, stuff that we're talking about, but this is a little bit higher level play. Again, you should just, anytime you're hitting jump P, you should be buffering something, whether it's a second jump P or a jump S. Either one is fine. There's situations where you would want to do one over the other, but you should be doing one of them always. And here, even though she blocked, you could have brought her like all the way back down to the ground. So the thing is, not only did she block, she IB'd, so we can actually talk about this situation in a lot of detail here. But let me take control for a second. So you could do something like this and bring her all the way back down to the ground. Very simple. And the thing is, you get this tricky situation that comes up a lot, where you can really trick them by doing very low to the ground mad struggles. And if you really want to get tricky with it, you do something like this, where you do jump D, so it looks like you're out of Gatlings, and then you do mad struggle. That's especially tricky. You can also delay the cancel, like that. That's the most tricky one. Whoops. Like that. So that's the first thing. And obviously if you hit them, then you can just confirm it to jump H. The other just thing to note here, just throwing it out there, what I like to do is I don't go for that all the time. Sometimes what I'll do is this, and then double jump. And usually I'll double jump over them because it's kind of tricky. But the reason you would do this is because if you do something like this to bring them back down to the ground, this is technically not guaranteed. So if they instant block, they will be able to throw you in between the hits of your airstring. Whatever airstring you do, it doesn't matter. With some characters, there are some strings you can maybe do that are gapless even on IB, but in general, it's not going to matter what you do. There will be a gap at some point if they IB all the hits. And the fact that she IB'd the first hit here, no matter what I do here, if she had IB'd and then thrown, you would be getting thrown. There's nothing you can do to escape that. Actually, that's maybe not true. Maybe if you did this, you stay out of throw range, but you're never going to do that. So the point is, the reason that I do this is because that protects you from getting air thrown. So it gives you enough time to confirm it, right? If they get hit, I would do this, or, you know, I would do this or whatever to get the knockdown. But if they block, then I double jump away, and I avoid the potential for getting air thrown. You lose out on the reward of this situation if they don't air throw you, but you remain completely safe. So you're basically minimizing the opportunity for them to air throw you. Hey, Caliber, thank you for the raid. How you doing tonight? Does that make sense? So, you know, the more air normals you do like this to bring them back down to the ground, every single one that you do is an opportunity for them to instant block an air throw. So by doing just jump P, jump S, you minimize that, because they have to IB the first one, the first jump P, and then air throw you there. Otherwise, you jump cancel the jump S away, and you're completely safe. Just hosted a fun tournament, I'm dead. Nice, nice, nice. Will I do such reviews for Strive? Probably, yeah, probably. Although, it'll probably take me some time before I feel comfortable doing that for Strive, because, you know, when the game's new, you know, how can I feel confident giving advice when, you know, the game is still developing every day? Well, for the new people here from the raid, we are in the middle of doing replay analysis. So I have a channel reward. You can redeem channel points, and then there's a form to fill out where you can submit +R replay files to me directly, and I will review them. I don't do the reviews same day. I've been doing them once a week over the weekends, either Friday or Saturday. And if you cannot make the review session live, especially because I haven't really been scheduling it, it's just kind of whenever I want to do it. There's also an option in the form, I can notify you if you're not here. So what I've been doing is just sending Twitch DMs with a timestamp directly to your review. So if you can't make it, you know, you can go back and watch it afterwards. So, yeah, that's what so right now we're on review number 4 of tonight. Ah, Sunfrost is here. Sunfrost is here. Yeah, we're watching your first. We're still early on. It's still round 1. We've been watching your match for about 16 minutes now, but we're still in round 1. So far so good. I mean, you've been playing well. The thing, just so you're caught up, Sunfrost, the thing that we were just talking about for the last 5 minutes, that's already come up twice, is your air-to-air situations are a little bit weak, I think. You need to look at your air-to-air situations a little bit. It's really just a matter of buffering the right buttons into what you're poking with air-to-air. So here, I just spent a few minutes talking about how you didn't buffer anything, and what your options were, because there's two main options for how to approach that situation. All right, love the setup. Yeah, 2S, Stinger, Jump S. Ooh, I like the idea, but Milia's fucking dead angle is too good, man. I can't even say anything about this. Yeah, you went for it. Your idea was good. I don't think this bait works against Milia's dead angle specifically. You would have to go so high. Yeah, unfortunate. And now, oh, he could have comboed off that. I'm surprised. I feel like he knows that. I feel like he knows that. She gets a combo off this. Why? Why? She gets a full combo off this. I don't know what the right conversion is, but yeah, she needs it apparently. I have no idea how you would convert off this, but I guess just 5k jump K or 5k jump P. Yeah, into whatever you want. Why? Why did she get this? It's untechable. So stupid. Anyway, yeah, that's unfortunate. So that was a little bit of a chaotic situation. You tried to throw, you just did it too late. You had already gotten hit. Just react a little slow. It was a weird situation. Got hit. Nice jump out. I like burning the meter. Whoa. I didn't even know she had an FRC point on that. Oh, I guess because you block on the way down. Oh, that's cheap. Wow. Why? Tough. Yeah, it's tough. That was 100% rollback? Ah, okay. Okay. Nice. Ooh. So this is another... We were talking about this in the last review with Megumi's Potemkin. It's the kind of thing where, like, when you choose an option like this, you want to be prepared for the kinds of situations that could come up. So this is like a much more general thing where, you know, it's not like you're going to expect that she's specifically going to do Bad Moon here, but it is reasonable to say to yourself, okay, I'm going to backdash. She may whiff something into my backdash, right? And to be mentally prepared when you backdash to look for something that may whiff and then to whiff punish it. Because this should have been like a slam dunk sweep or, you know, 2S stinger or something like that. But you hesitated thinking it was going to hit you. You know, not that there's anything wrong with being, you know, playing safe. Ooh, nice, okay. But, you know, you want to be prepared for those kind of situations. Nice. Okay. Ooh, you missed a dash. Nice. Very nice. That's not gonna kill. Okay, I OTG. I was gonna say, that's not gonna kill. Yeah. See, in these kind of matchups, I feel like you really have to be one step ahead. And it's this like cat and mouse game where, you know, you make like a very obvious retreating you know, move or sequence. It's like you almost have to expect they're gonna really chase you hard, you know? So making such a big retreating move and then trying to ball summon, it's like she's gonna chase you. She's not gonna hesitate to close that gap, you know? So it's almost like what I would rather do in these kind of spots is like ID back jump H to try to draw her in, and then counterattack. You know, ID back and then like jump forward, jump P to try to like catch her in the air or something like that. This idea of like the ball summon, this is something I wouldn't do until later on if I see that they're not really aggressively chasing me. This is like very ambitious to me. Yeah. She's like impossible to jump on also. Like you can't even, nice block. You can't even like bait her anti-air with like match struggle or anything. She just 5p as anti-air. So this is interesting. Whoops, it's going forward, not backwards. Did you expect this jump H or jump K to hit? Or did you intend for it to whiff? I'm curious about this, actually. Shinner asks if there's any video guide that explains the air movement options. Not that I know of, unfortunately. I don't know of any. Pretty sure I meant it to hit. Okay. I mean, if you meant it to hit, I don't think that there's any reason you would ever do jump K here. I would just do jump S. Jump S is never going to whiff because it has a cross-up hitbox. This, maybe on some characters crouching it's going to hit, but if they stand up, I don't think there's any character this would hit if they're standing. So, yeah. I would tend away from this and just use jump S. If you want to use this to whiff intentionally, that's different. I could get behind that. But if you're going to do that, and the reason why I asked you if it was intentional, because I assumed that it was not, because if you are doing this with the intention to whiff, and you're essentially faking an overhead, I would not land and do close slash, I would land and do a low, right? And look, it would have worked. If you had landed and hit 2K, you'd have got her, because she stood up. She saw the air dash and she stood up. And this is 5 frames. If you'd hit 2K instead, it's 5 frames, she would be getting hit on this frame. So, what's up, Morrison? How you doing? And AA Impulse. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, it's not going to happen, Impulse, yeah. Already, like, 3 or 4 people have submitted since the start of the stream tonight, so, yeah. Later, Fate of Addiction, thanks for stopping by. So, yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong with doing jump K if you're intending for it to whiff. I think it's actually probably pretty good, because it's a very, what's the word? Obvious. It's a very pronounced move, so they see it and they stand up, you know? But yeah. Okay, don't hate the burst. Amelia. How many discs does she need, bro? Come on. See, we talked about this a little bit before also, when we were reviewing Venom versus Chip. In these matchups, the more I've played these matchups, and especially the more I've played these matchups at a higher level, it's like I don't even try to hit the fucking balls anymore. You know what I mean? It's like I summon a ball and I just use the implied threat of the ball to kind of coerce them into moving, and then I try to preempt their movement. Because it's just, they're just, you know, the Milia, Chip, they're just too fast. They just move around too quickly. So it's more of something where I'll like summon a ball, and the thing is that there's also a lot of value in not hitting the ball is the other thing. So like against Chip, for example, a very common sequence is I'll summon a P-ball, and then I'll start dashing forward, and if he stays on the ground, I'll do far slash and then teleport back to the ball. And then you can jump P the ball, and it's really good because the commitment to hit the ball is very low because you're doing a falling jump P and you're just going to land and recover immediately. So, you know, and in a situation like this, like look at this kind of sequence. Let me take control from right here. So stuff like this, where you summon and then dash under, you know, and it's not that you're intending to dash under, it's that you dash up to contest them, And then if you see that you dash under, now you hit the ball, and it's much stronger because they can't turn around on a dime. You know, they're still coming down from their air dash. They can't do the same thing back the other way as fast. So, you know, stuff like this, or, you know, you summon the ball and then you preempt them. But it's like now you have a ball that is, you know, you're not still recovering from the ball summon. You know what I mean? So I tend to do more stuff like that and not hit the ball right away. It's just, again, I think it's too optimistic to think you're going to summon a ball and then hit the ball and they're still going to be in a place that it's going to be useful. You know, it's just like, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Nice. Stinger. Nice. Ooh, okay. Do you know how to do this properly? Because you didn't quite do this correctly. The idea was correct, but the execution was not correct. Do you know how to do this? Yeah, well, yeah, on lightweights, I mean, in general, I think you just want to delay anyway, but with this many hits, you should basically always delay on lightweights. Against midweights and heavyweights, you wouldn't have to delay, and it's better if you don't, because you do want to hit them as absolutely high as possible. But, yeah, you would need to delay here for a lightweight. It's going to be hard for me to time with the replay. Like that. I wish the combo counter thing... Let me just do this. Wait, why won't the combo counter fix itself? Are you serious? Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Is that not combo? Wait, why is it... The replay thing is so annoying. Whatever, you have to delay it. You did like the fastest possible cancel. You don't even have to delay it that much, but you know, just a little bit. He didn't tech also. He got kind of lucky. He could have been gone. Annoying round start. So usually that round start I think is designed to beat 2S. Nice block. Tricky. Oh, she tried to hard bait your burst. Ooh. That was scary hitting that button there. Nice. Nice block. Very nice. Okay. Nice. Okay. Nice. Now she doesn't have meter to dead angle. Oh, no. Oh, my God. And then the scramble pin with the fucking whack-ass conversion. Boo. 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 Feels omega bad, man. Damn, you were playing so well, too. That one drop. So here, you know this, I'm sure, because you've already done it a couple times. If you had air dashed back, you could have punished this. But I think you probably already had it in your head that you were going to air dash forward, which happens to everybody. I like the burst to hold the corner. Again, air to air. If you rewatch the beginning of the review, Sunfrost, you'll see I talked all about the air to air stuff. But that's I would say most of what you're doing is fantastic. Really, really nice. The air-to-air stuff is definitely the biggest weakness that I've seen so far. It's like the only like thing that stood out as like wrong. You know what I mean? As like you're just like straight up missing opportunities. Nice, very nice. And people were mad Milia lost pin and strive. I mean, it is kind of weird that she doesn't have pin. Like, that's kind of her defining, one of her defining. When I think Milia, I think of disc and I think of pin, you know? It's like kind of what she does, you know? Wow, that was lucky. Ooh, a little late, unfortunate. Yeah, see, again, hitting that ball, it just put you in a bad spot. Because you can't even, like, really react fast enough to contest after that. Yeah, you tried, but Pin said hell no. Okay. Nice IB into Mad Struggle. Very nice. Nice. Ooh, unfortunate. So here, I like the fact that you dashed up. We talked a lot about this also. Not necessarily in regards to you. We talked about it a bit earlier in a couple of different cases. But I love that you went after her here. I would say sweep is a little risky. Obviously, if you whiff it, which you did, very scary. You're just exposed forever. A button that I really like in this matchup is 5K. It beats a lot of what she does, and you can buffer sweep behind it, or far slash, or 5H, depending on what range you're at and what you're going for. But it's just a really great button. It's just great in a lot of matchups for this kind of application, but specifically against Milia, it's just very strong. So, and obviously in this kind of situation where you're whiffing, you're gonna recover much quicker. The my risk versus reward is pretty fucked sometimes. I just know that it does catch them. That if it does catch him, I get okay. Yeah, exactly. But my point is that you can do something with equally high reward for less risk. That's my point. It's gonna work slightly less often because 5K is a mid and not a low, and sometimes this will work because it's a low. But I think that is very, very minor. And I think it's the advantage of doing 5K is much higher. But the thing is, if you hit with the 5K, in most cases, you will still get a knockdown. If you hit with the tip, or if you counter poke something, then you might not be able to get a knockdown. But in most cases, you will be able to combo into sweep or 5H, and both of those cases you get a knockdown. So, and with 5H, you even get a better knockdown. So. Wow, nice block. You reacted fast to that. And that was like such a random time for her to do 6K. You stood up immediately. She hesitated so much and was still fucking just gone. I like that you're guarding the pin. Nice. Okay. Ooh, did you miss the FRC? Yeah, you did. Damn. That's unfortunate. You would have killed her pretty easily. But you still have a lot of meter. Oh, God. Yikes, dude. Oh! I mean, this is like... This is just something you have to be aware of as Venom. This is not even a Milia thing. Like, every character does this. They just don't want to be across the screen from Venom. So, you gotta be ready. It's so... Did you try to summon a ball, or did you just get hit? Like, what did you do here? Oh, yeah, you tried to do Carcass. Yeah. It's so common. I do Stinger in this situation a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I do H Stinger, I do H Carcass, I do Ball Summon sometimes, but you have to be careful that you don't fall into that habit for exactly this reason. A lot of characters are going to fling themselves across the screen to get back in and do exactly this and try to get this exact result. So, you know, if you just burst and just wait, a lot of players will just hang themselves, just fling themselves at you, and you just get an easy anti-air or an easy poke or whatever. So, especially in this kind of situation where it's round-ending situation, it's just one hit each side, I would hope that I wouldn't hit a button here. I still might, because, or not hit a button, but, you know, do some kind of ball. I still might, just because it is that, you know, ingrained, but you got to try to resist the urge, because you have to expect that they're going to go back in. The amount of time that she gets to convert off that is kind of gross. Okay, he fucked up. Good block. This is, again, the situation that I was showing before where I would throw OS. It's like she clearly scuffed the Oki. Right? Like, it's a random knockdown. This isn't, like, set play. Right? It was a random knockdown that she was unprepared for, and then she tried to salvage it. I would just wake up throw OS in this spot, and it's going to beat a lot of what she would try to do. So it's something I'm always on the lookout against Milia, because it comes up fairly often, where she gets like random knockdowns for random reasons, and then tries to do the standard Oki, but it's not. Her Oki is kind of specific. You have to have enough time to set it up. Did you block that cross up? It's kind of gross. You did. Good shit. God damn. Okay. Could have maybe converted off this. I think you always have to try to convert off this, because, you know, if they tech, you're not really going to get punished. So, you know, either close slash or jump P. I think you should go for something there. Close slash is probably the safest. Nice. Alright, we're not all the way back. She doesn't have meter yet for dead angle, but she's close. Well, not anymore. Okay. Oh, I thought you were gonna Dark Angel. What the fuck? Hold on. What did she do? I guess it makes sense, trying to slash back the last hit of the Stinger. But that worked out for you. I don't think, you know, obviously that was kind of random, but nice. Yeah, you're using jump H really well. I like the retreat. Alright, she got you with the anti-air. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. This is gonna be tough now. Ooh, she didn't do hair car. Yeah, it's just tough. Yeah, but yeah, overall good stuff, man. You're good. I think your air to air could just be improved a little bit. If you go back and rewatch the beginning, there were a couple situations that I talked a little bit about. But other than that, I mean, you played well. It's a hard matchup, you know. I think the other main thing is, you know, look at using 5K. And that's not a Milia thing. That's just a Venom thing. I think 5K is just really underused. It's one of those buttons where you don't really use 5K in pressure. And that's kind of where a lot of Venom fundamentals come from, is like the pressure, you know, sequences and stuff like that. Because the neutral stuff, it's kind of obvious. It's like, okay, well, far slash and 2 slash, these buttons are amazing, you know. So it's like 5K kind of gets overlooked because it doesn't really fit into either situation. It's not really like a poke, like a traditional poke, like far slash and 2 slash, and it's not really used in pressure. So it's like, where do I use this? But the thing is, it's a really good counter poke in a range where you're kind of too close, so you don't really want to hit far slash. You know what I mean? In a similar range for 2S, 5K can be very effective also against a lot of characters. It beats a lot of low attacks, like things like Soul Sweep, Kai Sweep, like basically all sweeps, you know, most like low hitting moves like that. A lot of 2S's, it's just going to go over them because of the hit and hurt box interaction. So, but yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, every time I go back to the page, there's more reviews. I keep completing one, and then the page refreshes, and somebody else is redeemed. All right, is Treble here? Treble, are you back? Is he still in chat at least? He was in chat before. Oh, he's not even in chat. Okay, so he's definitely gone. So I'm gonna pass on Trebles because Treble said that they wanted to resubmit different matches to review. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to keep skipping treble and go to the next one. And I think the next one's going to be the last one. Because at this point, I'm not going to get through them all tonight because a bunch of people have redeemed. And this will conclude all the ones that were submitted this week. And then next week, we'll have the next set lined up ready. How many videos are you backed up on? I played Fu and I really want to learn the pot matchup. I'm not like backed up. You can feel free to submit, man. No worries. In fact, I'm actually kind of hoping that more people submit so that I am more encouraged to slightly shorten. Like I just spent 42 minutes on yours. We started right at 3 hours, so it was like 40 minutes. I would like to cut that at least in half, so that this is more sustainable going forward. I want to submit, but I'm trying to find good games to actually send in. Yeah, there's no rush. Take your time, man. I just get too excited for Venom stuff. Yeah, I mean, I just when I see stuff, I can't help but talk about it. So, all right, so let's keep going. Next one is I don't know how to say the name. JLY is free. I think it's supposed to be initials. JLY. Let me add a marker. JLY is free playing Biken. Hell yeah. Biken. Let's find the matches. Trouble. Shimmy is going to be first up for the next set, I think. Here we go. Okay. So we have 3 different opponents here. We have Amelia, a May, and an Axel. I actually kind of like when it's totally unrelated matches because I feel like it's easier to find general things to work on when you have a variety of matches, a variety of matchups, as opposed to, just one matchup. It's sometimes you watch a specific matchup, especially when it's like Potemkin or Milia, where the matchup is so specific that a lot of general things just don't come up. They don't apply. So I actually really like it when it's a variety like this. And JLY is here. Am I saying your name right? It's supposed to be initials, right? JLY is free. I don't think it's Jly. All right, cool. All right, JLY, let's see what you got. We'll start with the Milia match. I did a stream marker. Okay, so let's do this one maybe even a little bit differently. I'm gonna talk through some of my thought process of what I would be thinking if I was in your position, if I was playing as you. Also, I think maybe I'm gonna order food, and then that way the food will get here. I don't know. Do I want to play after this? Maybe I want to play after this. Maybe I won't order food. I'll do some net play after this, actually. Just point out a couple of things that come to mind immediately. As I see them, if I was in your shoes, the very first thing that stands out to me immediately is, what did they do on their first string? We're playing Biken. What did they do? They did 2K, tick throw. So the first thing that I think is, okay, this person knows the Biken matchup, right? They're already on like the higher level stuff of, going for throws aggressively, going for throws more than usual, trying to avoid the counters, right? That's the first thing I'm thinking. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because what do you do with that information? And so if I'm the Biken player, I've never played Biken before, so I want to preface this with that. But the way I imagine myself playing Biken is almost like you have a switch that you flip. And the switch is like, am I looking for counters or not looking for counters, right? Or like, if you want to look at it instead of, binary on or off, it's like a range of how aggressively are you looking for counters, right? And so, if this is me, and the first thing the player does is 2K throw, my mind says, okay, they're looking for counters, so I'm just going to turn the switch off, I'm going to not do counters, and instead I'm just going to play normal defense. and just, you know, look for their tick throws and jump out, or look for their gaps and challenge, you know, with 2P or 2K or something, and, you know, play normal defense. I think that's something that a lot of Baiken players, and I'm not, you know, we're like 2 seconds in this match, so I'm not saying this is you, we'll see. But I think a lot of Baiken players, they kind of forget that they can just play normally, you know? A lot of Baiken players, they feel obligated to counter. And what you have to realize is that if the opponent is baiting the counters and playing around the counters, you need to stop doing them. So we'll see if this plays out. But that's how I would approach it. So again, the first thing I think of here is I'm just going to wait. And the idea is that by not using the counters and playing normal defense, you will almost force them to commit more to their strings. Because if they're good, they're going to say to themselves, okay, well, they're just jumping out and mashing. They're not actually using counters. So let me do more traditional strings that are better against jumping out and you know, them mashing, and, you know, I'll do frame traps and stuff, and then you work your way back into, okay, well, now I can start using counters, right? It's like this back and forth kind of thing. What's up, Bears? Baiken players think having to play Guilty Gear is a bad matchup. Yeah, I mean, but it's kind of easy to understand, right? It's easy to fall into that trap when you have this powerful tool at your disposal. But like any other tool, you have to know when to apply it and when to put it on the shelf. So let's see how it plays out. Ooh, you were faultlessing, and then you stopped faultlessing. Oh, did you? Yeah, you ran out of meter. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Whoa. You got so lucky that it landed like right in front of you. Okay. Okay. Did you try to counter? No, you were hitting 2K. So here's something I'll repeat. I don't know if you were here earlier, JLY. Really important though. We talked about this at the very beginning of the review session. So here you're trying to challenge. I mean, right off the bat, I would advise against that. The force break disc doesn't go away if she gets hit. So this was basically doomed to never work. Even if your 2K hit her, it's not going to matter. You're going to get hit by the disc. She's going to recover from getting hit, and she's actually going to combo off of it. So this was basically doomed from the start. But with that said, if you were going to hit a button here, you should not be hitting, in my opinion, shouldn't be hitting 2K. You should be hitting 1K. So I would try to build the habit of whenever you're doing any kind of, you know, button, basically, any kind of string, any kind of pressure, anything, where you can either be holding back or down back. So any standing normals, be holding back, and any crouching normals, be holding down back. Oh, I'm looking at the total wrong. Yeah, I'm looking at the total wrong. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong inputs. Yeah. All right, so we talked about that earlier, so I won't go into it again. But yeah. Yeah, so you did try to counter. Yeah, you tried to Sakura. So what did you get? Oh, you got hit low trying to input it. Is it right when you went to back? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if you had gotten Sakura here, I don't think it would have worked for what I was saying before, because I mean, she wouldn't have been able to combo off it, I guess. I didn't even think it was possible because the way she timed the... I guess you could do it to the 2K. Yeah, so you still get hit by the disc. Yeah, it's just like never really gonna work. So yeah, like any of the other counters would have probably been better. Like K counter. Oh, even K counter gets caught. Wow. So K counter doesn't work. Try Orin. Yeah, Orin gets you out. But yeah. But yeah, it's important to understand that the disc, Force Break disc specifically, does not go away. So, you know, challenging her there, you have to be challenging her. You could either challenge something that's low profile, so you don't get hit by the disc, or it's got to be, you know, you gotta get out of there, basically. Orin for Strive. No thanks. Okay. Good try on the conversion. What'd you try to do? You tried to Sakura, but you had already gotten hit high. Yeah, and see, this is what I was talking about. It's like, in these kind of situations, trying to counter is going to be tough. You know, against Milia, she can high-low you basically at any point. So you kind of have to reserve the counters for the spots where it's more likely to work. And I would not say that this kind of, like, how can I describe this? Like, this kind of sequence, this sequence is not, like, she's not doing a long string, you know what I mean? See how she did, like, 2k wait, and then Bad Moon? You kind of have to be looking for some kind of actual string, you know, 2k, close slash, far slash, you know, something like that. Because trying to just get a counter on a single hit like this, it's going to be really hard. And it's not even guaranteed that if you get the counter, it's going to be good. So, okay. Regular disc, a little bit of a different story. Yeah, open-ended is a good way to describe it. It's a little too open-ended. So again, you see how she's baiting, like literally just baiting nonstop. Did 2k nothing, and then jumped. Although that was probably trying to bait your burst. Was that OS? I don't think so. It didn't look like it. No, that was just hard bait. Okay. So I would say also, so it seems like your go-to is Sakura, which is a good go-to. One thing you could maybe try to work in is specifically when you're anti-air countering. In general, you want to use P counter. So like in this situation, because I think she could have blocked that. It's hard to say. I mean, I guess I could try. Yeah, see, she could have blocked that. Whereas if you do P counter, it's much more likely because it's way faster. Let me back up a little bit. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Millia's just too fast, man. God damn. Alright, forget it. Milia is just... this angle is, like, wonky. I think it has to do with the angle that this isn't working, but that's wild. This is just out of control. Fuck this character, dude. So, you know, whatever. In general, you know, in general you want to use P counter as air to air or as anti-air. But yeah, just be aware that if you try to use Sakura in this way, it's almost never going to be guaranteed. It's just too slow startup. They're going to be able to block and land most of the time. Okay. Nice. And this is a perfect example. See, she was doing like a more traditional string. So that was a good place to counter. Again, perfect. She did 1, 2, 3. You see it, you counter. And again, you want to be aware. Perfect. As long as it keeps working, you keep doing it. Once she goes back to starting to bait it again, then you got to turn it off. Like that. And that was great. You just backdashed and went back to neutral. Fantastic. Very nice. Counter. Beautiful. So weird, because the Milia was going out of their way to bait the counters at the beginning, and like there, they were baiting. This is fantastic. I mean, you're doing exactly what I was describing at the very beginning of the review. You're countering in the good spots to counter, and then in the other spots, you're just playing normal defense. Like here, you tried to challenge with 2S, and then you jumped away, instead of just, you know, fixating on getting the counter. Absolutely perfect. Nice. So this is a great thing to talk about. This is a general thing. Anybody can apply this, but this is a perfect example. This situation comes up all the time in all sorts of different matchups with all sorts of different characters, where you're falling and you don't want to take any risks, so you faultless, and the character you're playing against, their main anti-air is a grounded button, like in this case 2H, and then they jump cancel to combo off of it. And this comes up all the time where you block the 2H, but they cannot hit confirm the hit. They have to commit to the jump cancel, otherwise they're not going to be able to get a conversion if it hits. So what'll happen is you block this in the air, you get pushed back down to the ground, they jump cancel, hit a button, and they whiff above you. And in a lot of cases, depending on the button they hit, sometimes you can just straight up punish them, but in all the other cases when you can't get an actual punish, you're at least going to have the advantage. And this is the reason I'm bringing this up, is this is like what we were talking about a few minutes ago with Potemkin, where when you do certain things, you want to be prepared for the types of situations that come up commonly, that come up frequently. And again, this situation comes up all the time. So if I'm in this situation and I faultless on the way down, I'm already ready that if I see this, like if I see them do their anti-air, I already am ready. I'm already looking for the jump cancel, their jump cancel. And as soon as I see it, I'm going to try to take advantage of it in some way. Either air throw them, 6P them. It depends on, you know, your character, their character. Like in this case, Milia's going to whiff. I didn't see. It's either like jump P or jump K probably. And she's going to recover really quick. So you're not going to get a guaranteed punish. But, you know, some other characters, they're going to whiff buttons that completely just leave them out to dry. So if we take control here... Oh, I stopped blocking. You know... Oh, she actually whiffed jump H. So this is probably a punish, actually. Just 6P is probably a punish here. She probably is not recovering in time to block that. It looks close, but she's gonna have to block it at the least, and that's a huge win for you. So this is just a situation that you want to be aware of. That's probably guaranteed in this spot because she whiffed jump H. So yeah, just something to be aware of. And this goes for everybody. This comes up all the time. This comes up with my matches. It has more to do with your opponent's character than it does with your character. Because it's just any character that does a single hit anti-air, like Soul 5k, and then they'll typically jump cancel into jump P or jump K. Who else does this? Angie, right? 5p, sometimes they go straight into a jumping normal. Any character that uses a normal anti-air and then just immediately jump cancels it. This comes up all the time. Nice. I love the use of Orin there to switch sides. Very nice. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Little greedy, but I guess not really, right? I don't know biking well enough in this game if anything's guaranteed. Oh, we got these? Not quite. Looking good, though. So, this is, let me guess, you tried to counter. What is your S input? Oh, you hit 2S, so just off screen. Yeah, you try to P counter. Yeah. So you were doing really good, you know, between countering and playing normal defense. And here you took one too many cookies, went for the counter, and the Milia, you know, did an anti-counter sequence, which was just throw. Jovgar, the replays are in your documents, in your My Documents folder. If you go to my submission form, it has the exact path. Bears, no. I never got... I mean, we didn't look at it anymore, so never got an answer. Yeah, Anon, I was gonna look at that in some of the other matchups, because with Milia, you don't get that many knockdown opportunities. But we'll keep that in mind. Nice, perfect. Unless, hold on. Was it perfect, or were you trying to counter? Hold on. I think you were probably trying to counter because you didn't chain this into anything. Wait, what happened here? Yeah, you tried to Sakura. So, couple of lessons we can learn here. So, number one, again, just gonna keep driving home this mindfulness of when to flip the switch off for going for counters. She just baited your counter 2 seconds ago in the corner with throw, right? So you got to be able to tell yourself, okay, she's trying to bait the counter. Let's put the counters on pause a little bit and just, you know, do something else on defense. But the other good lesson here is when you go for the counter, specifically probably maybe this is the only one that's applicable. I guess most of them are applicable actually, P and K also. P is maybe too fast, but let's just talk about this one for a second. Sakura. This is going to happen sometimes. I'm sure this happens to you all the time, where you go for the counter, but you're not in block stun, so you just get S, either close slash or far slash. Sakura is so slow that you might as well OS something behind this. Although I guess if you're going to try to FRC, maybe you don't have the ability to do this, but you didn't try to FRC, right? You just did Sakura. Yeah, you just did Sakura. So in the cases where you're not going to FRC, just hit another button when you do the Sakura, just in case this happens, so that you get a chain, and then you can have a second to react to what's happening, you know, react to the fact that you didn't get the Sakura. And you would have actually killed her here if you had chained into something. Just anything, sweep. You probably want to pick a button that chains from both close slash and far slash, so that regardless of which one you get, you will get the chain. I see bears. Interesting. What if they used a negative edge for guard cancel? That's a good question. I've never really thought about that since I'm not a Viking player. Can you do that? Does it work? I'll write that down. We'll look at that in training mode. If you can negative edge it, then that's probably better, right? We'll look at that after in training mode. So how does this end? Oof. Yeah. What'd you try to do? Just hit a button. Yeah, you hit 2P. It's reasonable. I mean, it's kind of a Hail Mary, but, you know, understandable. You can negative edge or FDOS. I didn't even think about FDOS. But if you want to FDOS, you have to do the input like 4, 1, 2, 1, right? Because you can't hit the button on 2, or you won't get FD. Right? But yeah, negative edge, I've never thought about that before. That's interesting. That seems infinitely better. We'll look at that in training mode after. Alright, so now we're up against the Mei. Whoa. Mei with no fear round start. Jesus. Oh god, you're almost dizzy. Okay. Nice. Conversion? Oh, a little too high. Okay. Nice. Run out of the corner. That works too. Beautiful. Beautiful. See, and this is why I like a variety of matchups, because, you know, with Milia, you're just not going to get hits like that often, so you don't get to see, you know, I didn't get to really see your offense. This is fantastic. Nice. Nice. The okie doke. The Bikin Classic. I love it. I like the patience. Okay. So, okay, let's look at a more realistic jump in now. She did this pretty low, but I feel like it still would have worked. So let's look at a more realistic jump in, just so I can salvage my reputation here. She did it too low. Okay, yeah, I just didn't do it fast enough. So this is like guaranteed, basically. In theory, she could double jump cancel and then like faultless, but, you know, realistically, this is basically guaranteed. You just have to do it fast enough. It's weird timing it also with the replay. But, yeah, if you do this properly, you're basically always going to hit it, whereas Sakura, again, I'm pretty sure, let me switch who I'm controlling. Pretty sure she could have blocked this. Oh, hold on. Oh, so it was actually guaranteed also. So either one works, but I think you will find that as anti-air, P counter works more consistently than Sakura. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Bears. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So here's something else. Again, this is a little bit more advanced, but just something in general. Again, and I'm only kind of bringing this up because we've already touched on this subject a couple times tonight, so I feel like it's a good continuation. I mentioned, you know, being aware of what the opponent is doing, and we started out this conversation hours ago with the most simple, you know, the most fundamental situation that there is in fighting games, which is, you know, paying attention to what the opponent is doing on their wake up when you knock them down. So this is probably one of the most subtle examples of the same concept of this, you know, awareness and paying attention to the opponent and, you know, modifying what you do based on what you see them do. So what stood out to me here, which is, again, very, very subtle, but, you know, you did this meaty tatami, and then you dashed up, and you did 2K, close slash, but look at this. The mace stood up. So I don't even need to look at the inputs to know why she's standing right now. There's only two reasons. She's either trying to throw or she's trying to jump. If she's trying to jump and she's in block stun, she gets a standing block. So what you do with this information is kind of up to you. It's kind of up to, you know, what character you play, how you want to take advantage of this. But the important thing is that you notice it. And, you know, it can be very simple depending on exactly what they're doing. It can be very simple to punish them. But the important thing is a lot of players will do this. You know, they will be quick to react in certain situations. When they see a gap, they'll react a certain way. And once you pick up on that, you can really exploit that. So a very simple alternative here. Let me rewind this actually. I'm going to take control of Bikin. I want to get it right when the tatami starts. So an alternative, and I've talked about this a couple of times. I've talked about it specifically from Venom's perspective, how you would take advantage of this. But what I like to do is if they're very quick to jump, if their instinct is to jump when they feel a gap, is I like to put a low as the second hit of my string. And exactly what happened here has the possibility of happening, where by the time they react to their opportunity to jump, they are already blocking your first normal. And so by the time they actually hit jump, they are now blocking your second normal. And so you want that normal to be a low, which will hit their jump. So here, instead of doing 2K close slash, if you had done 5P2K, you would potentially hit them out of their pre-jump. I have to dash. Oh, I got 6P. See that? And then you get a full conversion. So now I want to be clear. I'm not saying that that's what you should have done here, because I think this is probably the first example that I caught where I noticed that the Mei player was prone to wanting to jump out of pressure quickly. So, you know, I'm not saying that you should have known to do that here or you should have done it. I'm just showing this is an example. If you notice this kind of thing, this is a very easy way to exploit it. And we'll see if, you know, we'll keep an eye on the Mei and see if they are constantly trying to jump out of your pressure. Jokar, am I still taking replays for tonight? Definitely not. There's still like a bunch in the queue, and a bunch of people have submitted tonight. Already 4 people have submitted tonight. And I think there's more people that are in the process of submitting now. So those are all going to be next week. But you're more than welcome to submit. It'll just be next week. So yeah. So just something to, you know, just something cool to think about here. Again, not saying you should have done that here. But if this is me, and I'm playing Baiken, and I see that stand-up, which I did, then the next time I get a similar situation, then I would do 5P2K and try to catch the jump. Does that make sense? You weren't quite close enough to the... Or she wasn't quite close enough to the corner. And nice, so you did the anti-air counter. Nice. Ooh, that didn't quite combo, but she got hit anyway. Yeah, see? And see, this is the real problem, is that, you know, the success rate of using Sakura as anti-air, especially this low, probably nothing would have worked. P probably wouldn't have worked here either, I'm pretty sure. But the problem is, Sakura is so easy to punish on block. Granted, you can FRC it. So, you know, something that we haven't seen yet is I haven't seen you try to FRC Sakura once. Especially like in this situation, you have a lot of meter. So, probably would have been recommended to FRC it. Not only does it guarantee that you get something off it on hit, but it makes it safe as well. So, probably something to explore. Ow. Oh, that shit is so cheap. I was getting hit by that 15 years ago, and I don't think I've ever blocked it once. That shit is cheap. See, if you had done Sakura, it would have been much easier for her to punish, because she would have blocked it. Here, it was punishable, but she didn't react fast enough. At least you have a chance when it whiffs that, you know, that you're going to not get punished. Nice conversion. Nice. I like the patience. As I said that you dashed up, but that's okay. Try to throw. Makes sense. Hold up. That was godlike. I'm curious. I want to just take control and not hit a button, because I'm curious how untechable that is. I assume she was trying to tech. I have to look back at the inputs. I assume she's trying to tech. Oh yeah, she's trying to tech. Yeah, I think that's just like untechable to the ground. Jesus. Counter hit. Go back. So yeah, the reason that I'm bringing up, the reason I was curious how untechable it is because I mean, this is such a rare situation, but if it does come up again, you went for like a really quick confirm, you try to meet her in the air, you could have let her fall more and gone for a more stable route, you know, more stable conversion. Because she's so high now. Oh, you missed the air dash. Good try, though. I like the patience. Nice. Very nice. She has so much meter. Ooh, what'd you hit? Oh, you tried to do Baku, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Yeah, but you weren't in block stun. Wait. Oh, you got 5D. I was like, how did you get Baku? You weren't in block stun. It's not Baku, it's 5D. Yeah. Could someone explain why there's so much jumping in Guilty Gear games? Because you have so many options in the air. It's much safer than it is in other games. Oh, chip is a problem here. Nice. Nice. Did you kill off this? Oh, you just built the meter. Good shit. Nice. That was sick. That was very nice. Whoops. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, Jogar. Yeah, we got a lot of reviews tonight. We already got plenty to do next week. Alright, so now we're traveling the spectrum, right? We started with Rushdown, then we had kind of a mid-range battle, and now we're fighting a zoner. I love the full range. I love the patience. A great conversion here, too. Ooh. So, I mean, this, again, this is the same idea as the switch, the counter switch. You know, don't forget that you have a good anti-air. You don't have to counter anti-air. Like, look at this layup anti-air. He just jumped at you, didn't even try to, you know, didn't even try to mess up your anti-air timing. I mean, not, you know, he could have double jumped or something, but this was just like a layup anti-air. So, you know, don't forget that you can just play normal. You don't have to use counters, you know what I mean? And it's important, again, like in this case, did he just empty jump? What did he do? I forgot already. Oh, he did, yeah, see, he did it super low. He did his jump in super low so that it was uncounterable. And again, this is the switch. So you say to yourself, okay, well, he's doing his jump in super low, and he's doing that to bait my counter, but he's weakening his jump in by hitting his jump in that late. So it's going to be easier for me to anti-air. I should just anti-air him. Forget the counters. I'm just going to anti-air him. Does that make sense? It's really important, I think, because it's so easy for Baiken to, you know, for a Baiken player to get lost in the sauce and just, you know, they're looking for counters everywhere. They just want to use their mechanic, you know, and I get it. It's a powerful mechanic, but it's only powerful if you use it at the appropriate time. And when the opponent is doing jump-ins, I mean, this is just absurd. Like, who does a jump-in like this? You would, against another character, you would never do a jump-in this deep. Like, this is crazy. You know? You're literally giving them the maximum amount of time to anti-air by doing your jump-in this deep. So you're just giving them all the time in the world to react. So, you just got to be aware of it. Oof. Unfortunate. Big opportunity. Nice. Sick conversion. Oh, you missed that to Tommy. That's unfortunate. Nice punish. You started the punish with 2k, but I don't even blame you here because this was tight whether you were going to be able to get the punish or not. You barely got it, so it's okay that you hit 2k here. Obviously, you would prefer to start this punish with close slash. It'll do significantly more damage, but I don't blame you. I probably would have hit a fast button also. Ow. Did that combo? Wait, excuse me? Is that a thing? It didn't combo. What were you doing? Hold up. Whoa. I didn't know that existed. What the fuck? That's random. What the fuck? That's hilarious. I didn't know that was there. Anyway, I just got like super mindfucked by that. What were we doing? Oh yeah, I want to see if this comboed. Let me see. Wait, it did combo? I'm so confused. I'm holding block, but it didn't look like it comboed when I was going frame by frame. Oh, it does combo. Oh, it does combo 2 hits. Okay. It looked like the counter wasn't going up. The combo counter. Okay. I have never seen that before. Why is that a thing? How fast is this super? I've never seen that before, ever. That's actually pretty sick. This is only super, yeah. 14? I mean, I guess you can get all sorts of stuff on counter hit, so I guess it's not that surprising. But yeah, this super is not even fast. That's crazy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Gomikubi. Exactly. Alright, anyway. Yeah. See, and even something as simple as this is another thing that, from Baiken's perspective, I would, you know, be aware of. He just used 6H like 8 million times in a row. Again, why is he doing that? Because he's, you know, trying to keep you from countering, because it's an overhead. So, you know, if you're just fixated on trying to counter as fast as possible, you're not looking for overheads. So, you know, you gotta be ready. You gotta be able to slow down a little bit. Nice dash under. Love it. So, Anon brought this up earlier, how you use 6K a lot. I'm assuming he tried to throw. Oh, he woke up 2D. Okay. Interesting choice. But yeah, I don't mind, you know, the majority of your Oki being 6K. I think that's more of a preference thing. Yeah, you want to mix it up a bit, but the thing is, she's not a mix-up character. You know, it's not like you're sacrificing a great high-low. You know, obviously you have what's it called? The overhead RC. You know, obviously you have that, which is one of the best overheads in the game, but you need meter for that. It's not like you're doing that all the time. So it's not like you're sacrificing some great mix-up. Yeah, Yozansen, thank you. It's not like you're sacrificing some great mix-up every time you do 6K. In fact, the 6K is probably her best mix-up, where you just mix up between 6K and throwing them, you know, just like delaying and throwing them. So I actually really don't mind this. I think it's totally fine. There is a degree where it can be exploited if you literally do it constantly. They can like IB the 6K, and then that gives them options depending on what you're constantly doing. Because the most common is like 6K tatami, right? And you can start to mess with that by IBing the 6K. Yeah, no, exactly, JLY, and that's why I don't have a problem with it. I think it's totally fine, because especially like really at any, I was gonna say at like mid to low level. But really at every level, I mean, people just mash throw in this game. That's just the reality. You know, one frame throw on defense is powerful. People are gonna hit it. So, you know, just having a throw and Vuln option on Oki can take you very far. You will beat a lot of people just by doing this every time. So, The thing about 6K is the throw invuln is before the active frames. There's been some places where they might have been able to mash 2P. Yeah, but is the gap between the throw invuln and the active frames like big enough? Let's look at the frame data. Viking 6K. 6K. So it's 12 frame startup. Throw invuln 1 to 11. So, you know, I think actually what you're saying is not necessarily true, Anon. Because you could time this to hit right before they, right after they wake up, and it'll still be throw invuln. They have to throw you on the first active frame. So yeah. Okay, throw it to the corner. Nice. 6P. Oh, wrong side. That was probably because I would guess. Oh. That's unfortunate. I think you're just like 1 frame too soon and he hadn't switched sides yet. That's unfortunate. Nice. Okay. See, again, is he trying to tech? Let me just see the replays. Yeah, he's trying to tech. I wanna rewind this a little bit because I want to make sure before I say this. Oh, that's not right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like this counter hit, I don't think it's untechable all the way to the ground always, but unless they're like unusually high. I mean, that was pretty high. That's why I wanted to double check, but I think that was untechable to the ground. So, you know, when you go for these conversions, like, see how high you hit them here? And then, obviously, it messed up the rest of your combo. So, you know, what the point here that I'm making is when you see these big counter hits, like counter hit to Tommy, or that other counter hit you got, I don't even know the name of the move, the Kabari follow-up. Those kind of things are, when they're counter hit, they're basically untechable to the ground. So you can get a better, more stable confirm or conversion off of those by just letting them fall more. Don't feel so rushed that you have to hit them high before they tech. Nice. Very nice. Hard red to burst. Hell yeah. Didn't get a punish, but, you know, it's okay. Okay, so here's another good example of what we talked about at the very beginning of the review sessions, and we talked about a week ago. I'm not going to go into all the detail again, but here you were mashing P to tech, and then you teched and you got jump P. There are ways to improve that. I suggest going back and watching. I think I'm going to make a video on it at this point, because I'm going to have to keep referring people to this. So I'm going to make a video on this pretty soon, I think. But yeah. Basically, you want to be, if you're teching back, you want to be holding a button and then using a different button to tech. That way, instead of getting this jump P, you'll get a faultless. You can't do it when you're teching forward, but when you're teching backwards. And this really kind of fucked you up because then you had to fall back into the corner here. Okay. Nice. Good shit. Good shit. That was and that was good awareness that you knew you were in the run, so you knew what was going to happen. You were ready to do the counter. Very nice. Yeah, overall, pretty good. I think clearly the fundamentals are there. You had good combos, and again, it's so funny because we really didn't see any combos in the Million match. You just weren't getting the right opportunities. So this is why I like the the variety set of matches. You get to see different stuff. You get to talk about your defense in some matches, your offense in some matches. But yeah, I would say just I think it's so common for Viking players. You really got to be able to identify the right spots to counter. And again, it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's important. So that's probably one of the major things I would work on. Yeah, and then just some of those stray hit conversions. That's stuff you can look at in training mode. Just set it to counter hit, have them jump, and look at the different heights and how much untechable time you have. Because it's important to know stuff like that. You don't need to know it for everything. Sometimes you're gonna get stray hits and you're not gonna know how much untechable time it is. It's gonna be a weird hit that you don't normally get. But stuff like counter hit in the air to Tommy, where they're in the air, that's got to happen frequently. You know what I mean? So that's a situation you want to be familiar with. You want to know how much untechable time you have so that you can try to get the best conversion possible and get the most stable conversion possible. When you get a gift hit like that, you don't want to waste it. So, but when you're just doing like ID jump back to Tommy or neutral jump to Tommy and stuff like that, they're going to get counter hit by that frequently enough that you should be familiar with the situation. So yeah, overall good stuff. Really just good stuff in general tonight, as always. Always impressed by, the level of play from the people who submit. Always a pleasure. So we did 5 reviews, and 5 people submitted reviews in that time. So we are net zero progress on getting through all of them, but that's okay. That's what I want. I want people to submit stuff. I'm happy. So we'll get to the rest of them next week. I'm going to stop for now. I think I'll do a little bit of net play and kind of wind down the stream that way. Do net play for an hour or so. We wanted to look at. So it looked like it was already confirmed in chat. You guys were talking about it for a while. I just want to see it for myself. Just kind of see what it looks like with the negative edge counters. Because that's something I never really thought about. I mean, I guess it's something she can't really do in Exerd the same way because the counters work differently. So, so let's see. Let's do something like this. Oh, yeah. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, that's really good. So there you go, JLY. We both learned something tonight, and that's a pretty big... That's a pretty big improvement. It's not always going to be applicable because sometimes you're going to want to counter single hits or situations where you can't hold the button in advance. But in situations where they're doing a longer string like this, this seems very good to start holding the button and then negative edge. And then that way, if they stop, you don't get an input. Does that make sense? Do you see what... Let me do this. Let's do this. So I'm going to try to counter the third hit of the string, but the playback is going to be random between the full string and only the first 2 hits. Did my other recording get... Let's do that. Okay, there we go. So I want to counter the third hit. Yeah, see, I try to counter. I got to jump. My inputs were a little sloppy. See, I'm inputting the counter. Oh, third hit. See, I tried to counter there. Oops. Alright, maybe I shouldn't hit sweep with soul, because obviously that's not going to work, but you get the idea here, I hope. Does this make sense? Do you see what I'm showing here? see this? So what I'm doing is as soon as I start blocking, I'm holding S. And then when I want to counter, I'm doing 4-1-2 and releasing S. And so if I'm not in block stun because they stop the string, then I don't get anything. Like this. I mean, my inputs are a little sloppy here, so I'm getting a jump sometimes. But, like that, I got nothing. So instead of getting a button and getting potentially frame trap, I mean, sometimes getting the button's good, because, you know, if they stop and they just wait, you're getting the initiative by hitting the button. But I would think in general, you would much rather not get anything, you know. It's much safer. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I didn't know about that. So there you go.